February 2024.
And so Madam Speaker did make two announcements. In the first one, she recognized the presence in the public gallery of the following staff from the Parliament of Tanzania. That's Mr. Bernard Mwakajuki Kavile, who is a supplies officer, and Ms. Tatu Saban Kwayo, who is also a supplies officer. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, received and warmly welcomed the guests to the National Assembly.
In the second announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that African Rivers, a non-governmental organization whose main objective was to safeguard the health of rivers and defend the rights of people that depend on rivers, in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, had organized a corporate social football match between members of parliament and diplomats accredited to Zambia.
She stated that the match should be held under the theme "Kick Out Dangers of Climate Change Using Sports and Awareness for Sustainable Development," and will take place on Saturday, 2nd March 2024 at the Showgrounds main arena starting at 10 hours.
Madam Speaker advised members who wish to participate in the match to register their names with Mr. Christopher Shakafuswa MP, captain for the members' social football team, and that training would be conducted at Forceways training facility at 20 hours from Wednesday 29th February to Friday 1st March 2024.
After those announcements, three matters of urgent public importance were raised under Standing Order 134. The first one did come from Mr. P. Twasa. He wanted to find out when FRA would release relief maize in Kasenenga parliamentary constituency, and this one was admissible. The Vice President to issue a ministerial statement on Friday, 1st March 2024.
The second one came from Kaumbwe Member of Parliament, Dr. Aaron Mwanza, on the subject matter on the Zambia Defense Forces officers who were brutalizing residents in Kaumbwe parliamentary constituency, and so this matter was inadmissible.
The other one did come from Mr. Simumba on the measures being taken to mitigate the effects of drought on the generation of hydroelectricity in the country, and this matter of urgent public importance was inadmissible.
After those three matters of urgent public importance, the Minister of Labour and Social Security made a statement on the removal of the BIPAC option from the National Health Insurance Scheme by National Health Insurance Management Authority, and briefed the House on the reasons for the removal.
After that ministerial statement, the House went on to consider question for oral answer number 237, understanding order number 76, and the House also considered questions for oral answer numbers 238 to 244, understanding order number 74.
After consideration of those questions, Isoka Member of Parliament, Ms. Marjorie Nakaponda, moved the motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 23rd February 2024, a motion that was seconded by Bahati Member of Parliament, Mr. Livan Chiwombwe. When a question was put, this motion was adopted.
And so the House adjourned yesterday accordingly at 18:10. That's it. That's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. In case you missed out, you now have an idea of what was transacted on the floor of the House yesterday. Time now to shift our attention to today's order paper.
Today, Wednesday, 28th February 2024, we expect the House to consider 5 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And the first question is expected to come from Chitambo, Member of Parliament, Mr. Remember Mutale. And he's directing his question to the Minister of Education. He wants to find out what the total number of the teachers in Chitambo district was as of January 2024, and in part B he wants to find out what the deficit was, and in part C he wants to find out when the government will recruit additional teachers from the district to reduce the deficit.
Mr. Mtelo, who asked the Minister of Health, is actually the Member of Parliament for Mitete. He's going to ask the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to start using drones to transport medicines to areas that are difficult to reach by road in Metete district and other parts of the country? If so, when the plans will be implemented? And lastly, if there are no such plans, why?
Nakonde Member of Parliament, Mr. Lucas Simumba, is directing his question to the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. He wants to find out whether the government is aware that the mealie meal prices in Nakonde district have risen to about 400 kwacha per 25 kg bag, and in part B, he wants to find out if so, what measures are being taken to ensure that the Zambia National Service ZNS mealie meal, which sells at 230 kwacha per 25 kg bag, is availed to all parts of the country that do not have prescribed ZNS outlets.
Luansha Member of Parliament, Mr. Simbao, who asked the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation whether the government is aware that Kafubu Water Supply and Sanitation Company has increased its service charges for sewerage collection in public schools in Luansha Parliamentary constituency. If so, what the rationale for the increment is and why the increment is only targeted at public schools in the constituency.
Pongwe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ngwani, is directing his question to the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock. He wants to find out how many deep tanks there were in Pongwe Parliamentary constituency as of December 2023, whether the government has any plans to construct additional deep tanks in the constituency, and if so, when the plans will be implemented.
So those are the 5 questions that will be considered under Standing Order number 74. Thereafter, we do expect Mr. Emmanuel Tembo to move a private member's motion. Wednesdays are set aside for private member's motion, and this one is titled Compensate Victims of Human-Animal Conflict. He's urging the House, or rather urges the government, to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide. So the motion is compensate victims of human-animal conflict, that the House urges the government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide. So that's the private member's motion that's coming up from Mr. Emmanuel Tembo. And so basically that's the order paper for today, Wednesday, 28th February 2024. In a short while, we should be seeing the Speaker's procession making its way into the chamber. That would definitely signify the start of business. Just now, we take you right into the chamber. Good afternoon and pleasant viewing.
Honorable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's side, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, passion with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace is Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, praise. stand under the flag of our land, Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make, and this is, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the Ministry of Science and Technology, in collaboration with the Smart Zambia Institute, has offered to donate to the National Assembly of Zambia 156 Starlink kits, which will be installed at the constituency offices. The donation is timely and will go a long way in strengthening the ICT infrastructure and connectivity and provide free internet to members of the public who visit constituency offices. You are therefore invited to the handover ceremony of the Starlink kits on Thursday, 29th February 2024 at 11 hours in the amphitheater. Attendance is on voluntary basis. I thank you. We go to matters of urgent public importance. As usual, the practice 3 on each particular day. We start with the Honorable Member for Bwengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the matter of urgent public importance I wish to raise this afternoon is directed at the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, the former Republican President Edgar Chagwa Lungu did issue an alarming statement which can put this country into fire if it is not handled properly, and if Lungu cannot be put where he's supposed to be. He did say HH may give up power before 2026. People will rise against him. That is Lungu, the former Republican president. And Madam Speaker, I believe the immunity, nor the offenses which Edgar Chagwa Lungu committed during the time he was ruling, nor when he was in power, we know quite all right that he may not be tried. But the offenses committed after he has relinquished his powers, I believe he can still be tried, he can still be arrested, because otherwise, at the rate he's moving, he may end up starting even shooting people and saying, I've immunity, and I can go scot-free. And I want the Home Affairs Minister to tell the nation the position of government on what must be done immediately so that this man can be put in a place where he's supposed to be because of his carelessness. Because if we don't do that, Edgar Lungu will still have some influence on his people who voted for him, those which are about 1,800,000. Those people.
Oh, the Honorable Member, you are now debating your matter of urgent public importance. Go to the point.
Madam Speaker, I just want to know the position of government, because we, the reasonable citizens of this country, are very much worried at the rate the former Republican president is moving, he's issuing careless criminal statements to this nation. Madam Speaker, I need your indulgence on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I noticed the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs is not around, and you've raised that matter bordering on national security. Well, whether it qualifies to be a matter of urgent public importance is another issue, but you say it's a matter touching on national security. If the Honorable Minister was here, maybe he would have made a statement. We can give him time to come back, I don't know. So the Honorable Minister can come, Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, can come back to this House on Tuesday next week, because Friday we already have, tomorrow is Thursday, so Tuesday next week, to render a ministerial statement on what is happening, so that the people can be informed on what is happening in that regard. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pambash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm raising a matter on the Minister of Finance and the National Planning regarding, Madam Speaker, the disposal of state assets. Madam Speaker, Zambia Public Procurement Act sits in the Ministry of Finance, and it's prescribed on how government must do to bear the interest of its citizens when procuring an asset. And of course, the Public Financial Management Act of 2018 also prescribes on what the Ministry of Finance must do when dealing with the disposal of the national asset according to the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment number 2 of 2016, in Article 210(2), Madam Speaker, to be specific. And it states, a national asset shall not be disposed until it is approved by 2/3 majority of the National Assembly, as prescribed, why I cited the Public Financial Management Act. Madam Speaker, I met and have been receiving a lot of queries from Zambians who are wondering whether the Constitution has been suspended or it is still active. The Minister of Finance has proceeded to dispose of Mopane, a copper mine which is 100% government-owned, without the involvement of this Parliament. Is the Constitution being suspended? I seek your indulgence in this, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Pambashe. Whereas the matter that you have raised is is very important. You would like to know the procedures that were followed in the disposal of Mopani, if at all it has already been disposed or is in the process of being disposed. I suggest that you put in a question. You can put in a question, then the Honorable Minister will be able to answer. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to raise an urgent matter directed towards the Vice President. Madam Speaker, not too long ago, your Committee on Health had an indulgence with Zamra, and we were told that the machines or equipment used in the treatment of cancer at the Cancer Disease Hospital were procured. But what is happening at the moment is that the radiography unit at UTH is closed and many other units there, and the issues of cancer is getting out of hands. A lot of people are dying. The program that we had of referring patients to India seem not to be working well, and people are coming from all over the country to seek hope in the treatment of cancer at UTH. What is happening? The people of Solwezi East would want to find out what is happening to the equipment that was assured that have been procured. If left unchecked, more and more lives are actually going to waste at the Cancer Disease Hospital, including morphine that we use for treatment of excruciating pain in cancer disease is actually not there. I will seek your serious indulgence before more lives are lost, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Solwezi East. I recall that the Honorable Minister was making a presentation before this House during this sitting over the procurement of this equipment. I don't know whether it rose as a matter of urgent public importance or it was arising from a question that was posed. And I remember that yesterday the acting Minister of Health also spoke about equipment having been procured. I think the concern was the installation of that particular equipment in Kasama Central. So, Honorable Member, I suggest you put in a question. You can put in a question, then the Honorable Minister will be able to address it. You can put in an urgent question. Thank you very much. That concludes matters of urgent public importance. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of... I've permitted the Honor the Vice President to make a ministerial statement. Her Honor the Vice President. Oh, I don't know. Or whoever is going to stand in for the acting Minister of Justice. Okay. I can see the willingness to fill in the gap.
Madam Speaker, thank you for according me an opportunity to issue this ministerial statement on a matter of profound importance. This is with respect to the principles guiding the sentencing of children who are in conflict with the law or who commit serious offenses, where a custodial sentence is the only measure of resort. Madam Speaker, may I reiterate the government's unwavering commitment to the principles of justice espoused in our legislation and in international instruments to which we are a party, such as the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of a Child. In actualizing our commitment, the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022 was enacted in order to ensure the protection of children, enhance access to justice, and to domesticate important international instruments as earlier stated. Madam Speaker, the Children's Code Act 2022 seeks to cover every aspect of a child's life, including those children who may come into conflict with the law. This legislation development signifies a positive and progressive move. However, we encounter scenarios where children are implicated in actions that necessitate a response within the confines of the law. In response, our judicial system, which is founded on core principles that emphasize equity, justice, and the welfare of every individual, irrespective of their age, recognizes that when children come in conflict with the law, they should not be perceived as criminals, but as individuals in need of assistance in order to ensure a brighter future for them. The primary objective when a child is in conflict with the law is not to punish, but to rehabilitate and reform them, fostering their seamless integration into society as responsible citizens. Therefore, when addressing issues involving children, extreme caution must be exercised to ensure that any rehabilitative measure chosen is aimed at addressing the problem and must be done in the best interests of the child. Madam Speaker, the above notwithstanding, there have been instances where a child commits an atrocious crime, leaving the justice system with very few alternatives to reform a child. In these exceptional cases, the seriousness of the offense exceeds the threshold for alternative measures, and the safety of the community necessitates resorting to a custodial sentence for such a child. The major child protection principle in the criminal justice sector is that a custodial order should only be made as a measure of last resort. This implies that if there are no alternative measures available to suitably deal with a child in conflict with the law, a custodial order may be considered, provided adequate measures are in place to ensure the child's rehabilitation and reformation whilst under the charge, custody, and care of the state. Further, any such custody should be of a limited duration and proportionate to the committed offense. Additionally, if a child is deprived of liberty, they must be treated in a humane manner, respecting the inherent dignity of human beings and taking into account the specific needs of a person of that age. Madam Speaker, the Children's Code Act 2022 does not prohibit sentencing a child to a custodial term. It only explicitly prohibits sentencing a child to life imprisonment under Section 23, Part 2. The Children's Code Act 2022 provides under Section 79(1) the methods of dealing with children in conflict with the law. It provides as follows. A juvenile court or children's court may deal with a child in one or more of the following ways. A, dismiss the case against the child or discharge the child. B, make a probation order in respect of the child. C, send the child to a child-approved center or child reformatory center. D, commit the child to the care of a fit person or child care facility. E, in the case of a child who is a young person, order the young person to pay a fine, damages, or costs. F, order the child's parent, guardian, or person having parental responsibility for the child to pay a fine, damages, or costs. G, order the child's parent, guardian, or person having parental responsibility for the child to give security for the good behavior of the child. H, make a restorative justice order in accordance with programs established under Section 84. Or I, in any other manner that the juvenile court or children's court determines in the administration of justice. Madam Speaker, Section 79(1)(I) of the Act provides the court with the latitude to deal with a child in any manner based on the specific circumstances of the case. If the facts indicate aggravating circumstances, the court may decide to issue a custodial order. The courts, when deviating from the legal provisions on discouraging detention, should only do so in the presence of aggravating circumstances that justify sentencing a child to be held in custody, where a child commits a serious offense and the only recourse to that child's reformation is to deny the child of his or her liberty. It is imperative that courts consider the following principles when making such order. A, probationality and individualization of sentence. B, rehabilitation and reintegration. C, limited duration. D, human rights. And E, dignity. Madam Speaker, even within a custodial sentence, children are entitled to the full protection of their human rights and dignity. Therefore, measures should be in place to prevent any form of abuse, violence, or inhumane treatment while ensuring a rehabilitative environment. While we strive to explore alternative measures whenever feasible, acknowledging the unique circumstances of each case is essential. Our justice system is designed to be flexible enough to address the complexities surrounding offenses committed by children while upholding the principles of justice, fairness, and humanity. In acknowledging the gravity of these cases, the law requires that the criminal justice system remains steadfast in its commitment to justice, fairness, and the welfare of children. Custodial measures, when deemed the only viable option, should adhere rigorously to the guiding principles earlier mentioned. In this regard, therefore, Madam Speaker, any contrary to certain assertions that have been made on the floor of this House and in the media, it should be clarified that the Children's Code Act 2022 empowers adjudicators to issue a custodial order under Part 9. The Act does not exempt children in conflict with the law from accountability, especially for serious crimes. The Act offers appropriate measures for addressing serious offenses committed by children in conflict with the law, including the option of a custodial sentence. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court, in various instances, has provided guidance that children in conflict with the law and individuals who were children when committing an offense but have reached adulthood at the time of trial can face substantial custodial sentences in grave cases. In the case of John Mwansa and Samuel Mwansa versus the People, Appeal number 170 and 171 of 2014, a child offender had been sentenced to 15 years imprisonment and 20 years imprisonment for the offenses of murder and aggravated robbery, respectively. On appeal to the Supreme Court, it was argued on behalf of the juvenile that the sentence of the High Court was improper since the appellant was a child and should have been given any other order apart from a custodial sentence. The Supreme Court had this to say: the court is required to consider a suitable manner in which to deal with the juvenile. We wish to state that the lower court did consider the provisions of the Juveniles Act and decided that because of the seriousness and the prevalence of the crime, the suitable way to deal with the second appellant was to impose a sentence of imprisonment under Section 73(1)(I), which we have quoted above. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court proceeded to uphold the appeal and confirmed the sentence of the High Court. It should be noted that Section 73(1) of the repealed Juveniles Act has been replaced by Section 79(1) of the Children's Code Act 2022, which is couched in the same manner, and thus the Supreme Court decision with respect to a finding of guilty where a custodial order is made is still good law. Madam Speaker, concerning the public discourse on the issue of sentencing child offenders, I wish to bring to the attention of this august House that I'm aware that the Director of Public Prosecutions has been reviewing the case of the People versus Abraham Piri since the High Court sentenced the child and has since successfully lodged an appeal regarding the appropriateness of the sentence. It is important to acknowledge that Children's Code Act 2022 represents a new legal framework, bringing transformative changes to the criminal justice sector in the management of children in conflict with the law. It was well thought out during the entire legislative process as a progressive addition to our statute book, and not enacted blindly as suggested by certain quarters of society. Madam Speaker, my office, which is Justice, is thus committed to working with the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services to give effect to the provisions of the Children's Code Act 2022 through the promulgation of the requisite statutory instruments which will allow for the community at large to benefit from its provisions. Madam Speaker, the Children's Code Act 2022 is a well-intended piece of legislation, and as people get more and more acquainted with it, the positive ripple effect will begin to be seen through the protection of children and enhanced access to justice, while at the same time ensuring that the interests of society and the nation at large are equally protected. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by Her Honor the Vice President on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Justice. The Honorable Member for Chiruvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the VIP, for the elaborate statement. Madam Speaker, we have observed with shock that whereas the Vice President has emphasized the need to treat children with justice, fairness, and all that, and we do understand the position of the law, we have observed that we have seen the people who are in the frontline implementation, especially those who are supposed to address especially children delinquents in the country. We have seen how overzealous the ZNS have been, the police. There are a lot of videos that we can give example. I don't know how government is dealing with especially officers in the front line, especially at arrest level, before the children are tried. Because the videos we have seen the police torturing junkies who are literally children. We know they are children, they are delinquents. But at that point, how are they assured of the values of justice that we have espoused in your statement before they are even tried? I don't know how the government is dealing with that situation, especially the way police are reacting to the junkies.
Thank you very much. Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member except I feel that the honorable member is asking beyond this question. This question is actually the statement is speaking to the concern. You remember, Madam Speaker, when the issue came of not sentencing an 18-year-old child to custodial sentence, referring to the Child Code Act. I think this is where it comes from. And therefore, the statement has aimed at explaining the fact that the law does not 100% prohibit or stop custodial sentence when it is necessary. I think this is what the statement is about, not the general treatment of the youth. That would be a different topic altogether, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Honorable Member for Chirubi, you recall that this question arose, or this statement arose from the question that was raised by the Honorable Member for Nkana concerning that 19-year-old boy who was sent home after having been found guilty of murder. And there was a lot of outcry. The matter was here, and that's how the Honorable Minister of Justice has come to this House to make some clarification. So as we are asking questions, honorable members, let's stick to that topic. The honorable member for Nkana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish in future, Madam Speaker, that ministerial statements could be posted on our platform so that we have time to peruse through. It's very difficult to follow because it's a little bit, detailed. The trouble we have, Madam Speaker, is that the way government is structured, the executive, rather us as legislators who have the intention in crafting a particular law, the interpretation rests with the judiciary. And oftentimes, our mindset could be in a different place and interpretation in another place. This particular issue of the Child Code Act, as we presented the issue here, and I'm glad the executive have responded to the effect that the act does not prohibit or stop the sentencing or custodial sentence, only life imprisonment. I want to find out, I know you are in a very difficult position, Madam Vice President, because you are not a lawyer yourself. Where do you then think is a problem? Because if, as clearly stated, Madam Speaker, by the Vice President, the Act does not stop custodial sentences of child offenders, how then do we find ourselves in this precarious situation regarding the case of Petauke, where the judge explicitly says his hands are tied in sentencing that child, if the interpretation is as simple as she has put, on the table? I want to find out. Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Nkana, I just want to refer to what I read here. You will recall, as I was reading, Madam Speaker, that I gave, it's not my statement, but I remember that as I was reading, I referred to two cases. One of the cases was a decision of the High Court, which went on to the Supreme Court. And in there, the Supreme Court upheld the decision of the lower court. Basically, what I can say, Madam, in this matter, is it is not about the executive and about the actual decision in a matter. In every matter that comes before the court, that's why it has an appeal system. There is an appeal system. Don't worry whether I'm a lawyer or not. I am actually a lawyer, except not practicing. Because he was worried that I'm worried. No, this is a straightforward matter. Courts don't always decide one way. That's why we go to court. So if there is an issue, that's why there is an appeal. That's why I gave the two examples. One is still active according to the statement I gave. But the other one, the decision was upheld. That means the lower court made a decision which could have been overturned by the High Court. That is the reason we used this case to say, indeed, both the High Court, the lower court thought they were on firm ground to say this young person was guilty and could be sentenced, could be given a custodial sentence. But you can find another court decides another way, and it goes to the High Court, it is overturned. So the issue is not that there is a straight way of dealing with a matter. It is how evidence is adduced in the courts of law. That is how decisions are made. Maybe something was lacking in the process of adjudication that made the judge or the magistrate make a decision. See, this is how it is. But the law is as we have given, including the cases that we have given as an example. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. So Her Honor the Vice President is not only a teacher but a qualified lawyer, although she doesn't practice. You can hear from her language that she speaks as a lawyer. Yes. Wow, that is an added qualification. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, this opportunity is appreciated. Through you, Madam Speaker, I wanted to find out from our Honorable Vice President. I know some of these issues can raise a lot of debate amongst the citizens because we may not understand some of the nitty-gritties of these issues. From your submission, Your Honor the Vice President, maybe you may help me to understand, or many people out there, the definition of a child, or who is a child under the Child Code Act, so that maybe we get to understand these things even as they come out in public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know if Your Honor would have access to the code, but that code, we just enacted it here, just last 2022. So the definition of a child is there. So I don't know if Her Honor would have the act or with her to define. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kasenengwa, and I really thank your guidance, Madam. But it would seem from what we are discussing that a child is considered up to the years that they used to interpret. But a child definition is given in different pieces of legislation. It is given in different age groups. But I can't say exactly how it was couched or how it is put in the Children's Court Act. I can't remember. But if they used this act to send that person home, then that should fall under the definition of the child in that particular act that was used. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Feira.
That's right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Vice President, for the ministerial statement. Madam Speaker, just a brief question on the child care facilities. That is one of the options where a child could be sent to. In fact, in the definition, it says it means a home or institution approved under Section 268 and established for the care, protection, safety, and rehabilitation of children. I want to find out whether at the moment we have adequate facilities. And Madam Speaker, perhaps allow me just to ask another question. Say, if we do not have,
Honorable Member, just one question because your neighbor there also wants to ask. And
Indeed,
they are
Madam
also, and we don't have much time.
Thank
so
you.
just one question. Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President, if you can.
I actually missed a bit towards the end. Are you saying are the facilities available now? What is the question? Sorry, Madam.
Something like that.
whether the facilities are adequate at the moment and if there are plans to increase them. Thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member. I think that question I cannot fully commit that they are adequate, but government is working on ensuring that there is adequate, infrastructure to, I think we made the act here, we enacted we put in place the act, and you will remember some of the things that we talked about, some of them in the statement. It may mean that government is working to ensure that this act can be properly implemented. But I can't tell you that everything is in place. There is the reformation, there is also integration. There are all these issues that are to deal with this particular act. Some may be there, reformatory may be there, but is it adequate? Is it dealing with the girl child, the boy child? I think all these are concerns in the implementation, which I know government is working on. But the adequacy as at now, I cannot say. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi to ask a follow-up question to Her Honor the Vice President. Her Honor the Vice President, the misinterpretation of the law, especially by the magistrate who handled the case for Abraham in Petauke, brings a lot of concern, especially to us as lawmakers. What are your plans as government to bring to speed the magistrates so that they can be able to understand the new child code bill? I submit.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member. Indeed, Madam, in acting, the process of acting the Children's Code Bill, where the minister that is just coming in was highly involved, there was a lot of sensitization on the prosecutors, the magistrates, as to the interpretation of this, this act. So I think if there is need, the government can still continue to engage. But just understand that law is not interpreted in a straight way. That is why you always find an appeal. I think if it is the same case that we referred to, Abraham Piri, is that the case? You will see that government has come through because it's a state versus. So then the state comes in to appeal. That's the way you handle cases. But indeed, there is need, if there is need, we have to continue as people bring concerns to be able to see how are we interpreting this bill. But I believe even the judiciary itself should have interest in looking at these interpretations. But they always differ. They always differ in their interpretation, depending on how evidence is being presented. Those are the problems that are to do in the courts of law, Madam. The interpretation, the presentation of evidence and all those, it's not a very good place to be. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Bwana Mkubwa to make a follow-up question to Our Honor the Vice President, and we thank you, Our Honor the Vice President, for the answers you are giving. Madam Speaker, law being dynamic, and we've also heard the submission by Our Honor the Vice President, also looking at the two cases at hand. And law you cannot predict because evidence will vary from each case as it were. Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask Our Honor the Vice President, in the case of the Petauke case, where a child offender is sent home, if there are any mechanisms government has put in place in terms of restitution as well as reformatory to ensure that those children, they do not repeat or they are aware of certain cases or certain issues pertaining to their conduct. So it's an issue of reformatory. How robust is the system to ensure that such children do not repeat the same offense? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Member, for that. You start by talking of the dynamism of the law, which is very true. That's why even after we enact the law, if concerns arise and we see that the implementation is not what you intended, the lawmakers, it comes back for us to relook as to whether this is really doing the work for which we enacted or we put it in place. If I quote you well, I don't want to misunderstand, but I liken it to the other question, what should be in place, reformatory. That is why you see that there are many ways of deciding what kind of decisions the court makes. A reformatory must be at the top of our agenda when we are thinking of a child, because you don't immediately consider a child a criminal. That is the basic, that a child can be reformed. That's why you talk of reformatory. And if you look at the different decisions that are given as option to the courts for the children, they are all intended for the good of the child, as they think of justice, fairness, and all those things. But at the end of the day, is to reform the child, whether it is integration into community. This is where you wonder a 19-year-old, I am thinking, I am not in court, but a 19-year-old child, how likely is it that will be reformed after being reintegrated in the same society from where he got all these vices? So reformatory is the core issue. Let the child be made straight. So the court will decide whether integration, whether under custodian of a person, whether indeed even custodial or reformatory institution. So there are many ways in which decisions are made. I hope I've said something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is only one indication. We have run out of time. The Honorable Member for Sakile is...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask our Honourable Vice President a follow-up question. Madam Speaker, Child Code Act, which was amended in this House, raised the criminal responsibility of a child from 8 years to 12 years. Thereafter, Section 14 of the Penal Code also was amended to align it with the Child Code Act. Madam Speaker, me as a paralegal, my understanding is that what executes is the Penal Code. So here I'm in an awkward position. Which law the courts were using? Because I see conflict here. I need clarification from our Honour the Vice President. Do we have a clause in the Child Code Act that is in conflict with the Penal Code? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Although Her Honour the Vice President was not the one hearing the matter, so I don't think she is in a position to say which law was being applied. Maybe you can engage the Minister of Justice when he is in the House. So let's make progress. We are even. So we go to the next item, which is questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honourable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question 245.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament for Chitambo, Mr. Mutari, is asking the Minister of Education, A, what the total number of teachers in Chitambo district was as of January 2024. B, what the deficit was, and C, when the government will recruit additional teachers for the district to reduce the deficit. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that at A, the total number of teachers in Chitambo district as of January 2024 was 511, involving 318 males and 193 females. B, the deficit was 733 teachers, involving 40 ECE, 360 primary, and 333 secondary school teachers. And C, the government will continue recruiting additional teachers annually for the district to reduce the deficit. And that is subject to Treasury Authority. The House may wish to note that the government had recruited 31 teachers for Chitambo district in the 2023 teacher recruitment exercise, bringing the total number of the teachers to 542. In addition, the district shall receive its fair share from the 4,200 teachers expected to be recruited in the 2024 teacher recruitment. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary, I was wanting to say budget. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to find out from the Minister, having in mind that Chitambo is a rural district, and I'm aware that we've got schools like the one on Ruben Island, where we don't have even a single teacher. What the Minister would do to help, because I've had meetings with the DEBs where I learned that actually it's the number of teachers that are not enough to manage to spread them all over. So what will the Minister do to help the people of Chitambo to just have another number of teachers, especially in those areas that don't even have one? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I said, that in this year's recruitment exercise, Chitambo district shall receive its fair share from this recruitment of teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo, do you have any other question?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a fair share might even be zero because numbers start from zero. I would be very glad, Madam Speaker, if the Minister can assure me, because I know that once he makes a pronouncement, it becomes a government assurance. If you could just give me numbers to say you can get so much, because he knows how many numbers this year he's going to recruit. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I'm not quite sure whether if you got zero, how can that be a share? Because even shares when you put in a company, if you have got zero, it's just zero. So when I say a fair share, is those schools which you are saying they don't even have anything. So that would be fair. If you have zero, we give you 1, 2, 3, 4. But now what we do usually is to count, to check whether we can have teachers in those schools which are not privileged to have enough teachers. So it will be a fair share. Just wait.
Thank you. I hope Chitambo being a rural constituency, I hope the teachers are not running away after being posted in Chitambo. Please, Honorable Member for Chitambo, look after those teachers when they get there so that they can stay there and be able to teach in those places. Let's make progress. We go to the next question. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 247.
The Honorable Minister of Is there the Acting Minister of Commerce? 247. Minister of Health, sorry, the Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member, Mr. Mutelo, is asking the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to start using drones to transport medicines to areas that are difficult to reach by road in Mitete district and indeed other parts of the country. If so, when the plans will be implemented,
Order. What's the honorable member from Pika? What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, question number 247, asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nakonde, is directed at the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Honorable member, we are on question number 246, which was asked by the honorable member for Mitete. Did I say 247?
There's a confusion.
Oh, sorry. The mistake then is mine. That's why I always say, please don't write notes to me because I get confused in the process. Concentration, I need to concentrate. Apologies for that. The mistake was mine. So we go to the next question. The honorable member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It may question number 246.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Mitete, Mr. Mutelo, is asking the Minister of Health.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, there is another point of order. Honorable Member for Lunte, please let's make progress. These points of order are distracting us. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, serious offences need to be sanctioned. Madam Speaker, this is not the first time you have told this House that you don't need these people who are busy writing you notes. You have confirmed another member has written you notes today. Can you name, Madam Speaker, and chase so that this House can start adhering to rules? Which member wrote you a note, and is it in order to write you a note when you have been saying no notes coming to me? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling and the naming and the sanctioning of that member, Madam Speaker.
The note actually came from the Honorable Member for Lunte. So let's make progress. I'm sure the honorable members have taken note. That was on a lighter note. It wasn't from the honorable member for Lunte. The Honorable Minister of Health may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mr. Mutelo, Member of Parliament for Mitete, is asking the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to start using drones to transport medicines to areas that are difficult to reach by road in Mitete district and indeed other parts of the country. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Madam Speaker, is as follows. Government has plans to start using drones to transport medicines to areas that are difficult to reach by road, not only in Mitete district, but to all the hard-to-reach areas across the country. The objective of the drone project in Zambia is to reduce the turnaround time for distribution of all medicines, medical products, vaccines, blood, and blood products to all hard-to-reach areas across the country. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that government, through the Ministry of Health, has already constituted a technical working group consisting of officials from the Zambia Flying Doctor Service, Zambia Civil Aviation Authority, Zambia National Public Health Institute, Zambia Medicines and Medical Supply Agency, Zambia National Blood Transfusion Service, Zambia Air Force, Road Transport and Safety Agency, and Madam Speaker, a roadmap highlighting key activities for the implementation of the drone project in Zambia is already in place. Suffice to state that a study tour to Rwanda was in fact undertaken in March 2023 to get best practices around the issue of drones. Madam Speaker, regarding question B, according to the roadmap for the implementation of the drone project in Zambia, the drone deployment in pilot sites is expected to commence in April 2024. Madam Speaker, as stated earlier, government has plans to start using drones to transport medicines, medical products, vaccines, blood, and blood products to all hard-to-reach areas across the country. Therefore, Part C of the question falls off. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mitete. Do you have any?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Minister, thank you very much. Mitete, Chilubi, Liwa, Zambezi West. When it is flooded, the only way to go, Minister, is what you've just stated. How much are you accelerating the efforts which you are so far doing so that these hard-to-reach places are serviced? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Member of Parliament for Mitete. We have so far, like I said in our response, formulated the working group, which was done in January. We've also developed the terms of reference for the same working group. We've also developed the drone concept notes. We have done the identification of case study by going to, of course, to a country, Rwanda, that is ahead around this issue. And this also, of course, in March, we are to submit the report and recommendations of the same to the World Bank and government who are supposed to fund this project. We have several working group meetings taking place, which is ongoing. And just to state that by November last year, we had already done a situation analysis. And also what is now remaining is presentation of the Zambia situation analysis to the bank and to the Ministry of Health. And we are hoping that by April, we should have done the training for pilots, engineers, and medical staff, and also would have finished doing the lobbying for the purchase of drones and also operationalization through the bank. And would have also done what we call drone demonstrations by inviting drone manufacturers. So all in all, we hope to do deployment in pilot sites by April 2024. We are looking at 5 or 6 provinces as pilot areas, and these are Western Province, Northwestern Province, Central Province, Muchinga Province, Eastern Province, and Northern Province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bearing in mind that there are a lot of essential drugs that are transported to far-flung areas, I am more concerned about the weight that the drones will be, because among the drugs that are taken to such areas, as the Minister mentioned, blood and other essentials are also part of the what, to fight different ailments in such areas. So I don't know what weight is the Ministry looking at as they do the feasibility studies that will be transported by the drones. The weight, as in kgs,
the Honorable
kilograms of drugs that would be going to.
Good. Yes, of course I'm from Chiroji. I'm saying good morning. The Honorable Minister of Health, I don't know if you got the question. The Honorable Member is asking, what will be the total weight to be transported by these drones in terms of kilograms?
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry that I have not taken time to understand the kilograms. Suffice to say that when you look at countries that are actually using drones, we have seen that they carry bulk. So we expect that they'll be able to help us be able to transport maybe even more than 1,000 kilograms. 100 kilograms, thank you.
It's a truck and trailer. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, allow me to ask the Minister responsible for health a follow-up question. Last week, Madam Speaker, the area member of Parliament for Mitete brought a question regarding policing of Mitete using an aircraft. Today, the Member of Parliament is asking the need for alternative means of delivering medicines, which clearly shows, Madam Speaker, that there's a challenge of infrastructure in Mitete to facilitate delivery of public services. Minister of Health, are you actively engaging the Minister responsible for infrastructure to turn around the infrastructure outlook for Mitete so that we can have public services delivered in a normal way that would be cost effective, including the delivery of medicines, so that we don't have another request next week for another different mode of transport from the same Member of Parliament on delivering other public services. Madam Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Health, are you engaging the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a plan as government which has been derived from our national development plan, and that is what feeds into sector plans. So to that extent, I want to say that the government of the Republic of Zambia is desirous to ensure that all districts of Zambia, including those that are bordered by rivers, are serviced according to whatever the situation may be. And in this regard, when you look at Mitete, the issue is that you don't need a road per se. You need something else because that can be used when you look at the river structure of the or nature of the district. Suffice to say that the use of drones is in itself what you could say an effective and quicker way of being able to reach many districts that are currently not easy for us, to use the road network. So at the end of the day, what is important is that these medicines must reach all the 116 districts, whether there's a road, whether there is water, whether there is the weather, whatever be the hindrance. What is important is, are we able to ensure that all the parts of the country have access to drugs? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I would love to appreciate the rehabilitation of a rural health center at Mitete. And of course, I'm asking this question because CDF is doing yet a lot clinics and the 650 health posts that you are yet to do, the 3. Minister, the drones are for the future. Through you, Madam Speaker, how are these far-to-reach places being serviced now? This is for the future, but when it's flooded now, how are we servicing our people? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how are we servicing these hard-to-reach areas? We know that these areas are hard to reach in specific times, and what we have tried to do through the relevant statutory bodies is to ensure that drugs, for example, are taken to these specific areas ahead of the flooding periods. That is what we have been doing. Also, at the moment, we are looking at ZAMSA has signed an MOU with Zambia Flying Doctor Service to see how best Zambia Flying Doctor Service can assist in transporting some of these drugs to far-reaching areas. And also in this regard, the government through Zambia Flying Doctor Service is planning to buy more fleet, including helicopters, which can land at any place for emergencies, such as emergencies which would include delivery of certain drugs to specific areas and also airlifting patients that need specialized treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister of Health, for the answers you are giving to this House. Madam Speaker, the use of drones, especially if you look at the country where the ministry went to benchmark, which is Rwanda. Rwanda is like Lusaka. That is a country. And I've heard the minister mention some provincial headquarters where they intend to use these drones. And also, she intimated that these drones will be carrying maybe 1,000 kgs and above. Madam Speaker, what kind of drones are those? Are those not, if they are commercial drones, and if they've done the zoning in terms of piloting, what is the cost-benefit analysis in terms of procurement of those drones for the aforesaid areas? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Now we are being more technical. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things I wanted to say, or what I've already said, is that in the activities that I did articulate and as to what activities will be done, one of the activities was that we would have drone demonstrations by various manufacturers that would, of course, have different specs, and this is what will inform us as to which one to do, except to say the drones that we are looking at are commercial drones, and that the World Bank has already indicated interest to support the drone project. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, this list keeps on growing. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, at one point this country saw the procurement of mobile hospitals, which did not last. Within a few months, they were all packed. Today, we are talking about a technology which is more advanced than an automobile. Wanted to find out from the Minister of Health how much prepared we are to maintain, first to operate and maintain those drones which this government is going to procure, so that they don't end up white elephants within a month or two. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly to say that this administration has basically shown that we will not shy away in being considered as a country that is moving with the times. So the usage of drones is not a complicated matter. And I've already indicated that a smaller country like Rwanda, much smaller than Zambia, is already using drones. And it has shown that it is helpful. And it's not like these drones will be used for the whole country, except those areas which are remote. And currently, the Zambia Flying Doctor Service is already doing quite some very good work in reaching out to far-fetched areas, which in the past, they could only cover one mission. But now, they're able to cover 10 missions at the same time, meaning they're able to cover 10 provinces at the same time. And I think that we should be moving with times, and we should not wait until we put up the roads, we do all those complicated things. In the meantime, these areas are being left behind. So what we are trying to do is to beat the time so that we ensure that the whole country, when it comes to service delivery, we should be able to give the best service delivery to all the districts of Zambia, regardless of the situation or the difficulty of the terrain, using modern technology. And I think drones are a good response to take in the absence of good roads and good waterways. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kawambwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a follow-up question to the Minister's responses, where she is telling us that they are willing to start piloting with the usage of drones, and they benchmarked with Rwanda. As the Honorable MP for Madam Kubwa said, Rwanda, Madam Speaker, is 26,000 square kilometers, which means if you go in one direction, 150 kilometers, 200 kilometers in another direction, you've covered the whole country. It means that the machinery and the institutional and the capacity to reach all the corners of the country all need to be done is located centrally. Zambia is 752,000 square kilometers, Madam Speaker. And just Luapula alone is in excess of 54,000 square kilometers. How is this viable? How cheap is it going to be compared to the flying doctor service? Will it not be more reasonable if flying doctor service is doing a good job? Would it not be reasonable that we just recapitalize the flying doctor service, which is basically struggling, as opposed to these drones, which I don't think they come cheap. Flying a drone does not come cheap, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, we have as government looked at that aspect, of course, and everything that the Honorable Member of Parliament has put forward. And so this is a new technology which many other countries are using for delivering drugs and other products. And like I said, if you are going to use a drone that can carry drugs or blood products from 20 kg to 100 kg, don't you see yourselves that in terms of best health outcomes, the use of drones will even be cheaper than what you are actually suggesting? So, Madam Speaker, we have looked at all the issues that have been put forward, and we think that, yes, we need to ensure that the Zambia Flying Doctor Services is supported in terms of ensuring that we invest more resources for it to buy more air equipment, and in particular, helicopters, which also don't come cheaply. But even if we did buy those planes or helicopters for flying doctor service, that does not say because you have that, then you cannot have drones. Because even countries that have an effective air service delivery mode, they do use drones. Drones are being used now by many countries to deliver products such as medicines. So we think that the use of drones is good for Zambia. And it's not about how many kilometers, a particular area, a country is covered. You know, Madam Speaker, that ZAMSA has hubs in almost all the provinces now of drugs. So it doesn't mean that a drone will be moved from Chipata at the end of Chipata and then maybe Chilubi. No. Maybe we'll just airlift those drugs from Mansa itself, which is the provincial headquarters, and taken to maybe Chilubi Island, or from Kasama to Chilubi Island, or from Mongo to Mitete. So the distances may not be that, that long as being said by members. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, listening to what you are saying, and the Zambia Flying Doctor Services intending to procure equipment, including helicopters, I wish to remind you that we have international international organizations. Even the Minister of Home Affairs is aware. The Vice President is aware, because we had discussed those issues with them, including the person in charge of the Zambia Flying Doctor Services. We have someone or a cooperating nation that is ready to give us air equipment, including choppers, up to the number of 10. And we've been singing that song to your office, the Vice President's office, but nothing is happening. That is just a grant, Madam Speaker, free of charge. So if you can engage us again, we bring that to the table. Before the end of the year, we can actually see these choppers being donated to Zambia. Are you aware of that? Or you can open up that forum, then we can take it up. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health, although they say that there is nothing like a free lunch. So, Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, exactly what you've said is what I was going to say, and also to say that, there are quite a number of people that sometimes promise things which don't materialize. To be specific to that issue, I want to say I'm not aware, but we're open. And Madam Speaker, maybe let me just say that drones are useful tools that everybody today is falling on. It's not a new matter. It's just new for us in Zambia. A number of African countries are now using drones, not just to deliver medicines, but even human beings and even big things. So it's not something that is very complicated, no. Thank you.
The last question, the Honourable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, listening to the Minister, she makes things so easy, but I was looking at the Minister of Infrastructure, Minister of Finance, and of course the former Minister of the Foreign Affairs. I haven't seen Defense and Home Affairs. Who sits in the Defense Council? Minister, are you aware that Zambia, the airspace is security highly controlled, that even in Lusaka today, you can't fly a drone? Are you ready to reform the security regulations in Zambia for you to begin flying drones in Zambia today? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I'm aware, but I'm also aware that even here in Zambia, those issues is raising are taken care of, and this is also one sector or subsector of the aviation that will be taken into account in terms of the laws. And I also want him to know that even the security use drones for security purposes. So let's move with times. Let's move with times, and let's look at the cost implications. I think that's what is important. And I want to say that we have looked at all those. You recall, Madam Speaker, when I started answering this question, I did indicate that a technical working group was put together. And this was not just Ministry of Health. It also involves the security, it involves Ministry of Transport and Communication. Different people came together, they've come together and they're the ones implementing this project, although it's under Ministry of Health, because for us, we want to use this specifically for transporting drugs and other medical supplies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question, the Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Question number 247.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Nakonde asked the following questions. A, whether the government is aware that for the past 1 month, a meal in Nakonde parliamentary constituency has been selling at a high price of 400 kwacha per 25 kg bag, and B, if so, what measures are being taken to ensure that the Zambia National Service minimum, which sells at 230 kwacha per 25 kg bag, is availed to all parts of the country that do not have prescribed ZNS outlets. The response, Madam Speaker, the response is as follows. Government is aware of the fluctuating price of meal in Nakonde parliamentary constituency. From our observations, the average price of meal in Nakonde is ranging between 230 kwacha to 350 kwacha per 25 kg bag, with the lowest being the Eagle brand, recorded at 230 kwacha per 25 kg bag as at 29th January 2024. To ensure household food security, government has continued to put in place interventions to facilitate access to affordable meal, including enhancing distribution of meal produced by the Zambia Correctional Service and the Zambia National Service, which is currently selling at 230 kwacha at designated retail places. However, due to brand preference and some traders wanting to make more profits, the commodity may be found at higher than average prices. Further, the price of meal in Nakonde is also impacted by high demand from our neighboring countries, the district being a border town. But B, Madam Speaker, the government has put in place interventions to ensure citizens across the country have access to affordable meal. This includes the introduction of community sales and wider distribution of meal produced by the Zambia Correctional Services and the Zambia National Service. Zambia National Service has therefore extended their commercial agreements to retailers such as Zampif Products PLC and local traders in various towns, including Nakonde, to improve access to the commodity. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, how I wish.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Member for Nakonde. There is an indication from the Honorable Member for Lunte. There is an indication for a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank you for according me this opportunity to raise a very important point of order. This point of order is pursuant to Standing Order number 202, privileges of members. Madam Speaker, the second, or should I say, 202.2 says, let me just quote this, the House and members shall enjoy the privileges and immunities prescribed under the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act. Madam Speaker, your members have got freedom to caucus, and they caucus in any location as long as it is within the area and come back to make contributions on the floor of the House. I have witnessed a very serious incident where your members of parliament who were caucusing almost collided with Zambia police officers wearing suits. Madam Speaker, being a relatively odd member in this House, I have observed the conduct of Zambia police to have been exemplary.
Honorable Member, did that breach happen on the floor of the House, or what? Where did that?
It's in the precinct, and for members who were caucusing, and I was among those members.
Oh, then since it was outside the House, maybe you can put in a letter of complaint. A letter of complaint will suffice. Because you don't expect me to make a ruling without knowing what exactly happened. I'll be constrained. So it's better for you to put in a letter of complaint. The effect is the same. Just put in a letter of complaint.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And the Acting Minister for Commerce, thank you very much for that response. Madam Speaker, how I wish the substantive minister was here, but however is busy with the by-elections in Kanshivia. Madam Speaker, we need to be factual. And that's why I see this government, Madam Speaker, they are not getting the full information from the people on the ground. They are being misled. It's like even the officers now, they are fatigued. They want to give a false information.
You ask your supplementary question, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, the price of mealie meal in Nakonde, especially for ZNS, is not 230. And one officer can give the minister that information, and the minister delivers even that false information in this House. Madam Speaker, the price of mealie meal for other private mealie meal is about 370 to 400 kwacha. The price of mealie meal for the ZNS Eagle meeting, we don't know even if it's GMO or what, it's about 350. The question to the minister, what interventions are you going to put to make sure that also the people of Nakonde benefit from this ZNS mealie meal, which in other places they are selling at 230, but in Nakonde is 330. What interventions are you going to put, Minister? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce and Trade and Industry.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honorable. Madam Speaker, the official price is 230. Okay? However, as I read in the statement, border areas like Nakonde Madam Speaker, the one who was asking the question is not paying attention.
Order. Honorable Member for Nakonde, you asked a supplementary question. Please get the answer so that when you ask a follow-up question, you don't repeat the same question. Please listen to the answer. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam. What I was saying that the official price is 230. However, there's a problem in border areas, including Nakonde, because the price across the border is higher, and unfortunately, people in Nakonde themselves, some of the traders, they entertain people coming from outside, across the border, to come and buy in Zambia at a higher price. Okay? This is what is happening. So what is the solution to that? The solution is that, obviously, Zambia National Service will be urged to supply more of the cheaper meal. Number one. Number two, the honorable member being a community leader, he should also speak to the traders and other people so that they focus on selling the cheaper brand of meal to the local people and pay less attention to those coming from outside the country. Because it is the higher profits coming from the country that is causing this higher profit motive coming from the country. That's the one that is inciting the people of Nakonde themselves, some of them, instead of selling this meal to their own people at a cheaper price, they prefer to sell that meal, which they obtained cheaply from Zambia National Service, and sell it expensive across. And because of that, the price now in Zambia is also forced to go up. So, Honorable Member, you also have a responsibility in speaking to your local community so that they pay more attention to the local people. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Honorable Minister, who's acting on behalf of the Minister of Commerce, in your response, you sound like you have given up. Minister, you sound like there's a huge challenge of pricing between the area before the border and the area after the border, which clearly is a big challenge, which you have highlighted, and which obviously is affecting the availability of this commodity. Minister, are you considering as government the option of producing meal specifically for the Tanzanian market, so that the commodity which is currently available could service or be made available to the Zambians who are in Nakonde? Because from your explanation, the challenge is that the price is higher across the border. So is there anything that you are doing to provide meal separately for the market in Tanzania? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, there is no giving up here. These are problems that we confront all the time, not just in Nakonde. In most border areas, you go to Chipata, it's the same thing. You go to Chirilabombwe, Kasumbalesa, it is the same thing. So it's not as if we are giving up. We are not giving up because we know this is the natural condition of the place. Now, regarding your suggestion that we should produce meal specifically for the Tanzanians, you know that last year this was done on the Copper Belt with respect to Congo DRC. But that was possible because last year we had more surplus maize Okay, we had more surplus maize. Now this year, it's the opposite. The drought that we're facing now makes it hard for Zambia to mobilize maize, make mealie meal, and take it across the border to satisfy the Tanzanians. The limited amount of maize that we have here this year means that for now, we are focused on the Zambians. That's why I was telling your colleague that these things, there's also leadership. The leaders in the area must speak to the traders that they must be patriotic, focus on their local people. Now, Madam Speaker, of course, border areas being what they are, we don't know what the situation will be like in Tanzania. It is possible, not sure, but it's very possible that across the border this year, you may end up having more maize than what we've had on the Zambian side. Because whoever had a drought, I believe the Tanzanians have not had a drought. So we can hope and pray that the good harvest that is expected in Tanzania will also add to the relief that the people of Nakonde are going to enjoy. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The Minister, Madam Speaker, has stated that the official price is 230 kwacha. The people of Nakonde would like to know, where is the official place in Nakonde where the good people of Nakonde can go and buy this cheap mealie meal of 230 kwacha so that they know that that area is official and they can go and buy this 230 kwacha mealie meal. Madam Speaker, I submit.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Actually, that question is very easy to answer. Very easy to answer. Official, because when Zambia National Service delivers the mealie meal in Nakonde, they expect that the price is 230. So officially, therefore, where they deliver? In Nakonde. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, there are many places in the country where Zambia National Service delivers mealie meal and expects that the traders will sell it at 230 kwacha. Even here in Lusaka, even in parts of Liwa, when Zambia National Service delivers, it tells the traders the price is going to be 230 kwacha. But if the traders that they are delivered to choose to make profits, and this is what is happening, the people of Nakonde, the traders in Nakonde, are the ones that have decided that the minimum that has been delivered to us is 230 kwacha. Us, we are going to sell it at a higher price because we want to make a profit. That's why I'm telling the Honorable Member, Madam Speaker, it is your responsibility as a leader. It is your responsibility as a leader to take interest in why certain traders are selling the mealie meal at much higher price than the price that they got it for. It is your responsibility. It is your responsibility, Honorable. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I like honorable members refusing their responsibilities. The other option, honorable member for Nakonde, why don't you identify those traders that are selling at a higher price than the official, and then you report them to ZNS, and they will not be given that mealie meal? That's the other option. So go on the ground, like the Honorable Minister is saying, identify those shops that are taking advantage. I'm just making an observation. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I can confirm that the Honorable Member here has tried to show leadership in this issue of mini meal in Nakonde, Madam Speaker. And I want to agree with the Minister that indeed the scarcity of mini meal in Nakonde has not only affected the prices, but also has seen the unfair trading practices. The honorable member you are referring to has tried to demonstrate, even on the floor of this August House. When he came from Nakonde, where his people were crying to bring a sachet of mini meal here, was to show how much pressure he has.
Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, ask a supplementary question. Let's not go to...
The question to the Honorable Acting Minister of Trade and Commerce is, as we are engaging ZNS, are you able to advise them to start packaging the mini meal in smaller packs, which can cost reasonably affordable prices for the people of Nakonde who are now being taken advantage of? That sachet you saw, popularly known as Pamela.
Order, Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. That was a disciplinary issue, and the Honorable Member for Nakonde was disciplined on that issue. Please don't bring it back. It's like now you are making that what he did was acceptable when it was not. So please ask a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, are you able to engage Zambia National Service and request them to start packaging small packages that could be affordable? Because what is happening when people buy a bag of mini meal, be it at 320 or what, they are repackaging in those small sachets called Pamela, which are costing between 10 kwacha and 15 kwacha. And this is the reality. Madam Speaker, we are talking about food security. Honorable Minister, are you able to do that on behalf of the people of Nakonde and the other areas, including here in Lusaka? I thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable. Madam Speaker, the best placed person to make the efforts that you are talking about of engaging Zambia National Service to repack the mini meal. The best placed person to do that is the community leader, the Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, let's not run away from responsibilities. This is why people elect us to this House. If you see that something that is being offered to your community is not appropriate, it is your responsibility in the first place. It is your responsibility. Don't come here just to come and absolve yourself from responsibility. Then why are you a Member of Parliament? Why then are you a Member of Parliament? Madam Speaker, all of us face these problems as Members of Parliament, including myself. We face them. But we take the initiative of going to the Zambia National Service to make suggestions of who among the traders is the most reliable one that they can work with. We do that. Have you done it yourself? No. I get the impression that colleagues, sometimes when they ask this question, it's like they are very happy when the members of the public are suffering. Yeah? It's like they are very happy when the members of public are suffering, instead of taking up their responsibilities as members of Parliament to solve problems. So, Madam Speaker, I am not going to do that. The Minister is not going to do that. It is your responsibility. This is why I also said that you, as a Member of Parliament from Nakonde, if you see...
Order, honorable members, please, can we consult quietly and listen to the answers?
If you see the price, if you see the millimil, cheap millimil from Zambia National Service, delivered to your constituency, but unscrupulous traders take advantage of that to sell to those who are not supposed to buy, it is your responsibility. Intervene. Some of your colleagues go to the police. Some of your colleagues go to security officers. You have heard the Minister of Commonwealth here before, how they've intervened to stop the smuggling of millimil. How come we are not hearing you, Honorable, being proactive in stopping the smuggling of millimil in Tanzania? Why is your colleague stopping that, but why are you abating it? Why do we seem to be happy that it is happening? Well, I will not say that he's also a smuggler. So, Madam Speaker, my advice to my colleague, take responsibility. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Order, honorable members, let's respect each other. The honorable member for Nakonde is not a smuggler. I'm sorry to have to repeat that, but can we restrain ourselves by not calling each other names? I'm just wondering, honorable members, as you are talking on behalf of the people of Zambia, because I'm a person also. If you are or you are saying they should repack in with small packs, have you looked at the cost? Is it much more expensive to pack in a small pack or to buy in a bigger bag? I don't know. Look at that as you make those proposals. Just an observation. Just an observation. Yes, engage with the Minister of Commerce as you make those proposals. The Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think, Madam Speaker, we should not politicize the issue of millimil for the people of Zambia, and we must not mock Zambians. This is a serious matter. Yeah, Minister, I think the situation which the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nakonde is raising, I think we are faced with the similar situation in Monze, because that's where the ZNS milling plant is sitting. And we have a huge pressure from the people coming all the way from different places of this country and some people across the country. Okay, and they have given us a huge pressure. People come there and they are ordering a lot of millimil, smuggling, taking to Zimbabwe through Mamba, and some millimil is going to Namibia. Now, what we have done, Minister, is that we have engaged the DC with 3 members of Parliament from Monze, Honorable Jack Mwimbu, Honorable Chatila, to make sure that the people who are
the Honorable Member now is debating. What's the supplementary question, Honorable?
My supplementary question is that, you know, the ZNS millimil is extremely very cheap. And what measures, intervention have you put in place as government to make sure that we minimize the smuggling of millimil from this country to our neighboring countries, so that we satisfy our local demand before we allow it to go outside the country? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was very interested in the way the Honorable Member was developing his question, because he recognized that there's pressure coming from somewhere else to come and buy millimil cheaply in Monze. But he also said that the members of Parliament in Monze, himself, Honorable Jatila, Honorable Jack Mwimbu, they have not sat back in desperation. I think he was saying that they've taken measures to ensure that this millimil, other people don't take advantage to take it to Zimbabwe, to take it to Namibia, to take it to other places. In short, These are the kind of leaders that we're talking about. These are the kind of leaders that we're talking about, where the honorable member from Nakonde should emulate. Should emulate and go and learn what the colleagues are doing. So, very well done, honorable member for Bwengwa. This is the kind of leadership that we expect from our MPs in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Chilubi.
Madam Speaker, I want to find out from the acting minister, who in this case is also the Minister of Finance. The commercial environment in Zambia is that of a liberalized economy. It's not a commandist economy. We left the commandist economy in UP era. Now, the introduction of the ZNS Miu is trying to portray a picture that we are in a commandist economy where we can champion a particular monopoly within the commercial environment. I want to find out, are you as government, because of the Miu pressure, intending to revise our laws because we do not have a Price Control Act? Are you intending to revise our laws so that we can fix prices of Miu so that people can respond to whether it's Miu or Miu? I've said it. Yes. Why are you cheap Africans? Yeah, so when are you intending to go that route so that you registrate, so that in case, because this year we are likely to have not hunger but famine. So are we intending to go that route so that maybe there is a law that can manage that? Because market forces, even what we call smuggling, if we are to follow seriously, there is no smuggling.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honorable MP. He is suggesting that this government is going back to a commandist economy where government sets prices of
Honorable
commodities
Member
like
for
mineral.
Chilubi, please listen to the answer. You are the one who asked the question.
Madam Speaker, there's never been a time in the recent past when the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry has come on the floor of this House or made a public announcement saying that Zambia is going back to a commandist economy. It has never happened. All what has happened is that Zambia National Service has decided to go into milling, produce milling at a cheaper cost, and I can assure you there is no subsidy coming from the Treasury. Zambia National Service has simply found a way of getting milling to be cheap. That is all. Now, if one competitor in the market, namely the Zambia National Service, has found a way of producing milling cheaply, surely you cannot call that to be a commandist economy, because Zambia National Service, the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, nor anyone else, none of us has gone to the millers to say, you will sell milling at this price or else you get arrested. That has never happened. Now, Honorable, since you say you prefer market forces, I would suggest to you that in Nakonde, where those market forces, market prices are so high, okay, I would not go along your route to say, let's have market forces, the price of milling reaching 400. No. I would say it is the responsibility of us leaders to encourage whatever system is possible, including the Zambia National Service, so that we produce milling at lower prices. Because the first priority that we have is to feed our people. And if the people of Nakonde or Chipata or Lusaka are able to get meal that is lower price, that's exactly what we want, without forcing anyone else to lower their prices. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mpika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your responses. Madam Speaker, the ZNS milling plant is in Mpika and is supposed to supply meal across the province. However, the scarcity of the commodity is what is compounding prices to go up in areas such as Nakonde. My question to the Honorable Minister of the Acting Honorable Minister of Commerce is, why is this commodity very scarce despite the fact that it's being produced within the province, but it's very scarce in Mchinga province? Why is it scarce? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the answer was provided in my earlier statement. In my earlier statement, I said that border areas are difficult places. And that is not just here in Africa. Okay? I've seen it also in Europe in my own life, where prices across the border are higher than on the other side, maybe because of taxes or some other reasons. And the tendency for those where one commodity is highly priced to go the other side of the border where the price is lower, that tendency is everywhere. So the answer to the question is that in Nakonde, there's pressure from the other side in Tanzania. There's pressure from Tanzania, people wanting to come and buy minimum in Zambia because it's cheaper. But who knows? Things could change. This coming year, the things could reverse. The people of Nakonde could end up benefiting across because the price of minimum may be lower. That's just what border areas are like. You can't change them. They're always like that. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nakonde, you are exhausted. You have exhausted your chances. So the Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, let me perhaps refreshen the mind of the Honorable Minister of Finance who is acting as Minister of Commerce. The coming in of ZNS was to make the commodity available in places where there were challenge of the availability of this commodity. And secondly, it was to control the price. Because the initial statement of the Ministry of Agriculture was that this meal was going to be sold at a particular price with only a permissible increase by traders. And elsewhere where this meal is being traded or is being sold, it is not exceeding above that which was permitted in the initial statement from the Minister of Agriculture. And so it's surprising that in Nakonde, the issue is different, meaning government has failed to hold on to its original position. My substantive question, you as government have dealt with the pressure coming from outside by way of importing GMO meal in SA for a town like Chidilabombo, rather Kasumbalesa, to cushion that demand that is coming from the Congolese, meaning you are offloading the GMOs for the Congolese in the border town of Kasumbalesa. Is it not the exact way you should have been handling the problem in Nakonde, where through ZNS, in similar manner as Kasumbalesa, you import the GMO from South Africa, you flood the border town of Nakonde so that the Tanzanians can be buying that GMO as opposed to them coming to buy our mealie meal so that the price can be stabilized. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable. This is indeed what the Honorable Member for Nakonde should have been doing to go to Zambia National Service. He should have said, I observed my colleague from Chingola. I observed my colleagues from Chilabombe. This is the solution that they put on the table. Zambian and dollar. Zambia National Service. Why don't you try the same thing here in Nakonde?
Yeah.
Instead of doing that, he came here trying to politicize the issue of mealie meal in Nakonde, which was tragic. Instead of providing a solution to his people, so that cheaper mealie meal would be provided, he did the opposite. So my advice to him, Honorable, change your stance. Change your approach to solving problems so that when you provide solution to your people, they will be very endeared to you. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nakonde. I couldn't even hear you. I was advising you. Please, can you take your seat? Let's make progress. It appears we've exhausted this question because I was trying to give as many members a time to ask the questions, but it appears we have exhausted the questions. So we make progress. The next question, the Honorable Member for Lukasha. Oh, is it Luansha? Oh, sorry. So the Honorable Member for Luansha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 248.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Simbao, Member of Parliament for Luansha, is asking the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation the following question. A, whether government is aware that Kafubu Water Supply and Sanitation Company has increased its service charge for sewerage collection in public schools in the Luansha parliamentary constituency. B, if so, what is the rationale for the increment in service charge, or what the rationale for the increment in service charge is, and C, why the increase is only targeted at public schools in the constituency. Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. A, government is not aware that Kafuo Water and Sanitation Company Limited has increased its service charge for sewerage collection in public schools in the Luansha parliamentary constituency. B, there is no increment in service charge for sewerage collection. Madam Speaker, I wish to make mention that all customers being supplied with water and are connected to the sewerage system need to be billed for the provision of both water and sanitation services. However, Kafuo Water Supply and Sanitation Company was using the wrong tariff for customers who have sunk boreholes but are still using the company's sewerage system. This means that the customers were being billed for both water and sanitation services and not for the sanitation services only. Madam Speaker, the commercial utility has since been advised by the regulator, the National Water Supply and Sanitation Council, NWASCO, to revert to the correct tariff of billing customers who use their own water supply system but are connected to the sewerage system only for the provision of sanitation services. And C, as I mentioned earlier, There is no increment in service charges for sewerage collection. Therefore, no public schools in Luansha parliamentary constituency were targeted for the increment in service charge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Luansha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You are very clear. This morning, schools like Luansha Boys, Luansha Girls, and Penembe Secondary, to mention but a few, they received notices from Kafugu Water, and they've given them 48 hours in which if they do not pay, they are going to disconnect water. So I humbly ask you, Honorable Minister, if you can intervene, because
Order, Honorable Member. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Good afternoon. We'd like to thank you for your viewership. Business resumes at 17 hours, and on the floor of the House was Luansha Member of Parliament, Mr. Simbao, asking a follow-up question. This is in line with the question that he asked earlier, directed at the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, whether the government is aware that Kafugu Water Supply and Sanitation Company has increased its service charge for sewerage collection in public schools in Luansha parliamentary constituency. And so members of parliament are actually asking follow-up questions. The House has so far considered 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74.
And when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make one announcement in which she informed the House that the Ministry of Science and Technology, in collaboration with Smart Zambia Institute, has offered to donate to the National Assembly of Zambia 156 Starlink kits, which will be installed at the constituency offices. She stated that the donation is timely and will go a long way in strengthening the ICT infrastructure and connectivity, and provide free internet to members of the public who visit the constituency office. And so Madam Speaker invited honorable members to the handover ceremony of the Starlink kits on Thursday, 29th February 2024 at 11 hours in the amphitheater, and that attendance is on a voluntary basis.
We also did have a ministerial statement on the sentencing of children in conflict with the law, and this one was delivered by the Vice President on behalf of the Minister of Justice. Just now we take a break. Stay tuned.
It is widely recognized that the health and well-being of learners play a crucial role in their ability to learn and achieve academic success. Healthy learners are better equipped to focus, retain information, and participate actively in their education. It is for this reason that healthy learners and the National Assembly of Zambia, through the Zambia Parliamentary Caucus on School Health, signed a Memorandum of Understanding to enhance their objectives. The signing ceremony took place on 26th February 2024 at the National Assembly of Zambia. Speaking at the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding, Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia, Mr. Roy Ngulube, stated that caucuses are a good platform for members of parliament to engage and share ideas on various issues affecting society. Therefore, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding marked the beginning of good things in the provision of school health services in Zambia for learners.
Allow me to briefly address you on why our engagements, such as the collaborations between non-governmental organizations and caucuses, are important to parliamentary work as a whole. As you are aware, caucuses such as the school health benefit parliamentarians, like I've indicated, immensely, as they allow them to collaborate with various stakeholders and experts who effectively acquaint them with critical issues of interest to members of parliament and their representatives. Further, caucuses help and equip members with information which enables them to advocate for change in legislation of policy and to accelerate progress in their areas of interest as individual members of parliament.
And Healthy Learners President Mr. Lonnie Hackett expressed delight that the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding will strengthen the coordinated and sustainable efforts for championing of school health in line with government's efforts on free education and provision of equitable access to quality education across the country.
Our ambition is to expand to 10 provinces by 2025, to train 12,000 health teachers and construct 1,833 school-based clinics to reach 2.2 million children across all 10 provinces of Zambia by 2028. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding being signed today seals the relationship between the National Assembly of Zambia on the one part and healthy learners on the other. The relationship opens doors for the government to initiate, sustain, and monitor school health services and scaling across the country. The Memorandum of Understanding further provides a strategic entry point for members of Parliament to lobby for improved community ownership of school health in the constituencies they represent and actively address any challenges and gaps that may arise in government's implementation and foster community participation through both the Constituency Development Fund and national level budgeting and legislative processes.
Speaking at the same event, Zambia Parliamentary School Health Caucus Vice Chairperson, Mr. Imanga Wamunyima, who is also Member of Parliament for Nalolo constituency, stated that with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, the work relationship will be institutionalized. He was speaking on behalf of the Zambia Parliamentary Caucus on School Health Chairperson, Mr. Twambo Mutinta.
Permit me to state that the need for parliamentarians to partner with external stakeholders cannot be overemphasized, as it provides a wide range of benefits to the members in their day-to-day operations. In this regard, the MOU we are signing today will send the members of the Zambia Parliamentary Caucus on School Health to achieve the following. Number one, to build capacity of members of the caucus on matters related to school health and its impact on school learners. Number two, to provide technical support required during ongoing engagements with the legislative processes. Number three, to ensure the attainability of collective health and education outcomes derived from school health services by working with the Zambian government to scale and sustain the program at a national level. Number three, to ensure attainability of collective health and education outcomes and to create strategic partnership with government and community to ensure a supportive environment for the realization of a sustained school health program, including rights of learners to access quality healthcare services. And lastly, to strengthen the use of networking and relationship building to identify growth opportunities, forge new partnerships, and solidify communities of practice and share information.
And some members of the Zambia Parliamentary Caucus on School Health shared their expectations after the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding.
The signing of the MOU between the school health learners and the Parliamentary Caucus is very important and significant in that we are going to see work starting. You know, we have been working, but there was no MOU. It was not, in short, you can say it was not really a legal, for lack of a better term. But for now, we know that we have an MOU. We know that our partners are there. We know that Parliament is there. The members are there to carry out the mandate of the MOU. That is to go out there and make sure that the healthy learners agenda is affected in all schools. More so even in rural primary schools where the schools are very far from health institutions. And as members of Parliament, through this sign of the MOU, it will make our work very easy. And also we are going to have a lot of impact. All the 156 constituencies countrywide are going to work hand in hand with the health learners to make sure that the objective of the school health learners is achieved.
And we would want also to see, especially after the signing of
the memorandum of understanding, we would want to see this caucus taking root in all the 156 constituencies, because the center, as it was stated during the signing ceremony, it is something to do with school health services, or providing services bordering on health to our learners out there.
The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Healthy Learners and the National Assembly of Zambia symbolizes a shared understanding between the two parties involved in achieving the well-being of learners.
I'm a simple person who has a passion for service to humanity, who always want to see that the right thing is done at the right time, in the right way. And I'm that person who always want to fight for equality. I love reading, I love researching, and above all, I also watch series. And I love series, you know, like Money Heist. I love like Prison Break. You know, such kind of series which involves thinking. I was born in the village in Chief Chitanda, but grew up in Lusaka, and I did all my school in Lusaka.
Which schools did you go to?
Secondary school, I went to Jacaranda school, just near Pamo's Hotel. Yes. I did something with Zikas, and from there I've done with also, I did the railway engineering with the school for Zambia Railways. Then from there I've also, I'm also actually doing tertiary education with ICU University. I'm a combination of some engineering and accountancy. So it's only that in accountancy I didn't go far. It's just a certificate in management chartered accountants. I don't know I can explain my joining of politics, because I've not had interest so much to get into politics, but I've always followed politics. And because of the way we've had, you know, the successive government, you know, doing certain things where other people are disadvantaged, other people are advantaged and the like, I got to a point now where I realized, that was in 2016, that I think the way things are going, I should also maybe try and see how I can add a voice also in the political space, and see at least if I can even just influence something to make a difference. We bring in the politics of real issues. We bring in politics of service and not politics of bosses. So it was from there that, with the engagement with people from my constituency, because they always followed me. Moreover, in 2016, I would have stood if I accepted, because I was followed even by the then Chief Ngabwe, the late, that he wanted also me to stand there, but I refused, because by then I was not ready. Now, because people always came to me, talked to me, I thought I should not disappoint them. Let me go there and see what we can do together. Lufubu constituency in Ngabwe district is Central Province. My main target is to make the people of Lufubu constituency be part and parcel of the bigger community of Zambia, which has not been the case previously. This is the constituency, I can tell you, from Kabwe to Ngabwe, which is within 100 kilometers. But this is a place that was not even known. This is the place where even when you talk of communication, phones, just the network for phones, it's not there. There's no radio signal right now. Even when I stand here talking to you, I feel bad because not even my people are going to see me. Because it's not possible. There's no radio signal. There's nothing there. Just within 100 kilometers from Kabwe and about 400 kilometers from Lusaka. You can imagine that. So now, for me, what I'm looking at is now to bring this community to be part and parcel of the bigger community of Zambia, where we are going to provide the necessary things that are needed, are required by humans. These are issues of water. You find you go there, people are still drinking, sharing water with the animals in the dams. Now, this time we want to make sure that we provide clean water by drilling boreholes, and we want also to connect them, you know, with the issues of network, radio signal and everything, so that they can be part and parcel of the people who are seeing whatever is happening on daily basis. Education system there, you find there are a lot of, you go on the number of teachers, when you go to the ministry, you find you've got quite a number of teachers who are registered to say they are teaching there. Why is they are not there? You find our kids would go up to grade 7, somebody do not even know how to read. These are things we want to try and see and improve. There are even those who have tried to get to grade 7, they passed. They never used to go anywhere because, you know, education was just something that was not even valued. This time, we are valuing all these. We want to connect also the constituents with the road. The road which is there was, the last time it was graded was, I'm told, in 89. To date, imagine what kind of a road that is. We want to see, to read that this time at least we can also connect the constituents with the road network and provide all the necessary, you know, things that are required for our people, and make sure that the people should feel belonging.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. At the time, business was suspended for a 20-minute health break at 16:40 hours. On the floor of the House was Luansha Member of Parliament, Mr. Simbao, who was asking a follow-up question. This is in line to the question he directed to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. He wanted to find out whether the government is aware that Kafu Water Supply and Sanitation Company has increased its service charge for sewerage collection in public schools in Luansha Parliamentary Constituency, and if so, what the rationale for the increment is, and why the increment is only targeted at public schools in the constituency. And so when business resumes, we expect Luansha Member of Parliament to ask his follow-up question.
Mr. Ngowani of Mpongwe, who asked the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock how many deep tanks there were in Mpongwe Parliamentary Constituency as of December 2023, whether the government has any plans to construct additional deep tanks in the constituency, and if so, when the plans will be implemented. And so the House has so far considered 3 questions for all answer understanding order number 74. Initially, the House is supposed to consider 5 questions, so we have 2 more questions to go before we close this segment.
We also expect Fairer Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Tembo, to move a private member's motion titled Compensate Victims of Human-Animal Conflict, that this House urges the government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide.
And you also be interested to learn that we did have a ministerial statement that was delivered by Her Honor the Vice President on behalf of the Minister of Justice on the sentencing of children in conflict with the law. So details or a brief of that statement will be given to you after adjournment. Just now, we leave you with these live pictures as we await for the Speaker to take her seat. Good afternoon.
Madam Speaker.
Still watching Parliament television. Bells are ringing. It seems there's no quorum in the House. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament must be present in the House for any business to transact. And so once the quorum is formed, we expect business of the House to resume. And at the time, business was suspended at 1640 hours for a 20-minute health break. On the floor of the House was Luansha, Member of Parliament, Mr. Simbao, who was asking a follow-up question. This is in line to the question he directed to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. He wanted to find out whether the government is aware that Kafu Water Supply and Sanitation Company has increased its service charge for sewerage collection in public schools in Luansha Parliamentary Constituency, and in Part B, if so, what the rationale for the increment is, and in Part C, why the increment is only targeted at public schools in the constituency.
And so before the break, members of Parliament were asking follow-up questions, starting with Mr. Simbao of Luansha. So we do expect him to finish off with his follow-up question. So now, as soon as the quorum is constituted, business will resume. Stay tuned.
When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 248 on the order paper asked by the Honorable Member for Luansha, and the Honorable Member was asking the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation a follow-up question. May the Honorable Member continue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we broke off for break, I was thanking the Minister for the response that he had given. However, I was appealing to the Minister. I said this morning, Honorable Minister, the schools in Luansha, Luansha girls, Luansha boys, Mpelembe, to mention but a few, received notices from the Kafu Water telling them that within 48 hours they were going to disconnect the schools. So I was humbly asking that if you can intervene so that this is not done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome back, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Luansha for that supplementary question and also a request. Madam Speaker, I want to assure him that there will be no public school which will be disconnected. but just to request that they must proceed to go and make good of their bills. This is just a standard procedure where bills are circulated, and in that bill, clients are requested to settle their bills or else they'll be disconnected. So for public schools, I want to assure the Member of Parliament that there will be no disconnections, but just to encourage that we must not allow bills to accumulate. So let those schools that are affected, that have been notified. I don't want to be misunderstood here that there will be no disconnections. I want to make it very clear that I'm speaking about those schools in Rwanda, the public schools, who have received bills and notices, that they must go and approach the Kafubu management and make good of their bills. But in the meantime, we will not allow those schools to be disconnected. Madam Speaker, we are still fighting cholera, and it is our duty through the CUs to ensure that all public institutions have sufficient supplies of water and are also provided with adequate sanitation facilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. There's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Bangweulu, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order is arising from the parliamentary best practices. It is a standard practice, Madam Speaker, that members of Parliament from executive sit on the right of the Speaker, and the biggest opposition political party sit on the place immediately on the left of the Speaker. I have noticed of late, starting from the last sitting, Madam Speaker, that this is not the case. This parliamentary best practice has been breached with impunity, and it is a source of anarchy and confusion. I would like to raise this point of order against the members of Parliament from Bwana Mkubwa, Kafurafuta, Milenge, Echasefu, and Ron, to allow themselves to be used and Nyimba, to allow themselves to be used to break the parliamentary best practices. We can go to any parliament under the Commonwealth. The first part of the sitting arrangement on the left of the Speaker is reserved for the biggest opposition political party in Parliament. This is a procedure. So, Madam Speaker, are the 5 members of Parliament that I have mentioned in order to allow themselves to be used to allow themselves to be used for this illegality, which is an embarrassment to the Commonwealth best practices of how sitting arrangement is made. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious and honest ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Bangweulu. I think that is supposed to be administrative. I'm going to look into that administratively so that we get to the correct measures. Otherwise, as at now, I can say that let the status quo remain. We are going to look at it administratively. We continue with the question on the floor. The Honorable Member for Luansha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the people of Luansha and the schools in particular, they are not against paying the water bills. Their request is the Ministry of Education has been giving them grants. However, you find that there is a percentage that has been allowed to go specifically for utilities. And if you work out that percentage, you find it is close to 5,000. But if one single utility is going to make an increase from 1,200 to 4,800, it means it takes all the allocation that the Minister of Education has given. Where then will they get the money to pay ZESCO? So all schools the schools in Luanshya are just requesting, should they be an increment, let it be reasonable, not from 1,000 to 4,000. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Luanshya for that question and requests. Madam Speaker, like I did indicate in my response that there hasn't been an increment. I think what was there was just an anomaly where those schools that had drilled their own boreholes or had sunk their own boreholes were still being billed for both water and sanitation services. But that has been regularized to the effect that those that are using their own water supply are being taken off the billing system in terms of water supply, and what remains there now is just the sanitation charge. So because of that anomaly, it looked like there was an increment in the tariff, which was not the case. And I want to assure the Member of Parliament that that has since been normalized. So going forward, the bills that these public schools will be receiving will be just for the sanitation charge or for sanitation services, except for those that are still being supplied with both, who are being connected to the water supply and are being supplied with water from Kafugu and are being serviced in terms of sanitation services. Those will be billed for both. So that has been corrected, and thank you for raising that question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member from Pongwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 249.
Thank you. The Acting Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I was remiss in neglecting to log in earlier. The question from the Honourable Member of Parliament from Pongwe to the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock is as follows. A, how many deep tanks there were in Pongwe parliamentary constituency as of December 2023? B, whether the government has any plans to construct additional deep tanks in the constituency, and C, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Madam Speaker, we answer as follows. A, as of December 2023, there were 5 functional deep tanks in Pongwe parliamentary constituency. Of these 5 deep tanks, 1 belongs to the government of the Republic of Zambia. In addition, so that means that the other 4 from private entities. In addition to these 5 tanks, there were 6 functional spray races belonging to private entities. B, the new donor administration has remodeled its approach to provision of these facilities by making them community-driven and based on the needs of each community. Through financing interventions such as the Constituency Development Funds, CDF, which has a provision for community infrastructure, communities in need of such facilities are advised to apply for such. The Ministry, on the other hand, continues to provide technical support in the construction of deep tanks. Given the foregoing, therefore, government does not have immediate plans to construct additional deep tanks in Mpongwe parliamentary constituency, but is ready to provide technical support for the communities in the constituency should they elect to construct deep tanks through CDF. C, in view of B above, C falls away. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member from Mpongwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to find out what is the ratio of number of cattle to one deep tank. I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Even though at a personal level I'm a cattle farmer, but I don't have that information. So if that is required, I would ask the Honourable Member to put in a question, and the Ministry will gladly respond to it accurately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, in responding to the question that was raised by the area Member of Parliament for the people of Mpongwe, the Acting Minister has informed this August House as well as the nation that there's only one public deep tank, and I think 4 are privately owned. Has the ministry undertaken any needs assessment to establish whether there will be need to set up more deep tanks, which will actually be accessible to the farmers that are venturing into this type of business? Considering that Mpongwe is very big. Mpongwe stretches from the boundary with Kapiri, it stretches with the boundary with Masaiti, quite a big district on the Copper Belt. So has the ministry conducted any needs assessment to be able to inform its planning on how many more deep tanks would be needed? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Kamfisa. In my answer to the question, I did state that we have remodeled our approach to the provision of deep tanks. And that model now speaks to the need for communities to be involved in determining the requirements of deep tanks. And I will reread the answer again. This provision, this remodel this approach to the provision of these facilities by making them community-driven and based on the needs of each community. It is through this that we have said the community determines the need for the provision of deep tanks. And we have said that the finance model that is available to this, because in each CDF there is a component for community-related infrastructure, which includes deep tanks. So it's up to the community, and of course, using our Honourable Member of Parliament there, who is very hard-working, to determine what they want. A number of cattle owners in Mpongwe are commercial cattle owners, and that's why they are the ones who have the 4 deep tanks, and in addition to those 4 deep tanks, they have 6 spray races. But I know that there are other small-scale cattle farmers or community-based cattle farmers who will need these facilities. But there is provision for them to acquire these through the facility that I've talked about, which is CDF-based community infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mpongwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, Mpongwe is shifting from crop farming to cattle rearing. I would like to find out, we have 21 camps, agriculture camps. I would like to find out from the ministry if there are any cooperating partners to partner with farmers in Pongo to construct more deep tanks. I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Madam Speaker, what the Honourable Member of Parliament is asking for, by having private sector partner with farmers, this is something that can be initiated from the community itself, and without seeming to follow the Honourable Minister's example here, when he was answering the question from Nakonde. This is where we expect the Honourable Member from Pongwe to engage with the communities and either have deep tanks constructed through CDF, or if he's aware of private parties that might be interested, because what he's asking for is the construction of deep tanks using private money in conjunction with the communities, which would then be available to other people on a fee basis. So we expect that if he's able to generate that, the ministry will stand ready to cooperate. Just like I have said, in terms of the design of the deep tanks, the ministry is ready to provide a technical expertise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The last question from the Honourable Member for Lufuvu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome back. Honorable Minister, we want to make it clear to you now that Mpongwe, like Ngawe in Lufuvu constituency, these are areas where most people with animals are running to. And now, the number of animals are just too many. Then the vastness of these areas, they are vast, they are quite vast. Meaning, even when you talk of CDF constructing deep tanks, unless we say all the monies will just go to deep tanks, can't you have a deliberate and urgent program to see that we safeguard the lives of the animals in this area which is ready to support this industry? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Lufuvu, Honourable Kolala, for that follow-up question. Where he informs the House that the number of people now have taken on the business of keeping cattle, and therefore the number of cattle in both Pongwe and Lufuvu is increasing dramatically. And as a government, we are happy to hear that. It would encourage even more people to keep cattle. The livestock sector can be a major contributor to the GDP of this country. But let me also remind him that cattle itself, if you venture into keeping cattle, there's a lot of money available when that cattle is sold. So the provision of medicines, vaccines, deep tank spray races for those who are going into the cattle rearing is the responsibility of the farmer. And we expect that commercial people will be able to provide, just like the 6 spray races I've talked about and the 5 deep tanks that I've talked about. So let us encourage those who are commercially going into livestock farming to ensure that every facet of looking after the livestock is looked after. The others, the small scale that keep cattle, these are the ones that we're talking about, that community-based deep tanks or spray races can utilize the CDF to construct deep tanks that are communally available to everybody else. And that's why we have said, in terms of when the community now decides, either using their own donations or using CDF, the ministry does provide technical support as to how to construct a deep tank. So it's twofold. Those who are running commercial farms and are commercially viable, is expected that they'll be able to provide their own deep tanks, just like they'll provide their own medicines as well as vaccines. The small-scale farmers, we can provide for them using CDF and other means, including NGOs. They can provide that. But we expect himself, as a member of parliament, plus the originator of the question, the member from Pongwe, to engage with the ministry so that where there is need, that can be identified and government can come in. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We make progress. Notice of motion, the Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House urges government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honourable Member from Pika. The question is that this House urges the government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide. The Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I proceed, I wish to just advise that this motion is non-political, it's cross-cutting, and at the same time, very important. It is couched in a very professional manner and very progressive. I therefore expect that this motion will be supported unanimously by this House. I believe that each one of us and this House has heard that there is this problem that keeps on recurring since this session started and even before. Madam Speaker, when we talk about human-animal conflict, we talk about encounters between humans and wildlife which lead to negative results such as loss of property, livelihoods, and even life. Whilst we believe that it's possible to coexist, but a number of steps have to be taken. Human populations have grown demanding space to grow food, wildlife at the same time, and these humans are competing for these resources. Animal population is equally increasing. The question is, who needs to protect the people in this process? Are animals to be protected at the expense of people, or are humans to be protected at the expense of the people? Madam Speaker, the government of the Republic of Zambia has recognized human-wildlife conflict as one of the most challenging conservation issues in Zambia, which has been increasing both in frequency and severity. In the ministerial statement issued in Parliament on the 23rd September 2022, Honourable Rodney Skumba MP, Minister of Tourism, stated among other things the following: human-wildlife conflict situation in Zambia has become a matter of great concern lately and seems to be on the increase in comparison to the situation in previous years. The problem of human-wildlife conflict is common in all provinces in Zambia, but prevalent mostly in Mchinga, southern, western Lusaka, central and eastern and Wapula provinces. The increase in human-animal conflict, which is currently being experienced, is largely attributed to the expansion of human settlements, as said earlier on, encroachment, as well as blockage of wildlife corridors. Madam Speaker, in 2022 alone, the Minister of Tourism received 21,442 cases of human-animal or human-wildlife conflict. Out of these, 59 were people killed by the problem of wild animals such as elephants, hippos, and crocodiles, while 18 were injured. A total of 83 livestock were also killed. Madam Speaker, I need to emphasize that these are reports that have been received by the Ministry of Tourism. There could be other cases that have not been reported. The country also recorded 4,206 human-wildlife conflict reports in the second quarter of 2023. In Zambia, communities are currently experiencing human-animal conflict in the following costly ways: loss of human life and injury. The dramatic consequences of animal attacks go well beyond the victim affected, as they have repercussions on the whole community. At national level, the loss of human life due to human-wildlife conflict has little consequence, but at family and village level, it is catastrophic. The death of family member caused by a wild animal is traumatic experience, and indeed, in those of our areas affected, this is what we're experiencing. Madam Speaker, for a poor peasant family in a developing country, the death or injury of a breadwinner can mean a huge difference between a secure life for all and one of destitution, where simple day-to-day survival becomes a priority. If a mother is killed, the child has to take her place in carrying out family chores and has lost the opportunity to receive an education possibly. Physical injury caused by animal attacks has high financial costs for individuals and society in form of medical treatments. Food insecurity. Madam Speaker, we've already heard as a House that there is a problem of food insecurity caused by other factors such as lack of planning. But other than that, these animals have also exacerbated the problem. The loss of 2 hectares of maize to elephants in a single night can mean the loss of food supply for a year and the difference between self-sufficiency and destitution by the family concerned. This consequence is particularly acute where governments cannot pay compensation for losses. Crop destruction can jeopardize the livelihood of the entire families with negative nutritional, education, health outcomes on society. Thus, the issue of human-animal conflict does not just, as the website, but it has far-reaching consequences. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, there is destruction of property and infrastructure. Animals such as elephants can cause damage to key infrastructure such as houses, even clinics, hospitals, schools, and even bridges and water installations, which can have far-reaching negative consequences. Madam Speaker, other effects of human-animal conflict include loss of domestic animals to predators, which causes loss of income and unemployment. The Zambia Wildlife Act No. 14 of 2015, which is the principal act governing wildlife management in Zambia, does not provide for compensation of victims of human-wildlife conflict. The Disaster Management Act No. 13 of 2010 provides for compensation of only victims of disasters, hazards, and emergencies. Section 31 of the Act establishes the National Disaster Relief Trust Fund, which is to be used according to Section 22 for, among other things, the provision of essential commodities and other relief to victims and disaster, hazard, or emergency. The payment of any compensation due to a person under this Act, that is, the payment of compensation to a person due under this Act. Madam Speaker, hazard is defined by this Act as a potentially damaging physical event such as an earthquake, hurricane, drought, fire, epidemic, and so forth, but does not include human-animal conflict situations. In 2017, government compensated traders who were affected by inferno gutted over 3,000 shops at Kapala Market in Dola. In December 2023, the government compensated families of 30 miners who were trapped after the open pit mine collapsed on them in Chingola. Madam Speaker, Because of the foregoing, it has become necessary that we look at human-animal conflict issue and compensation. There are a lot of organizations that care for the animals. There are so many organizations, WWF, and many other that, for lack of time, I cannot list. Therefore, it has become necessary for government to develop a legal and policy framework to preserve human life and preserve property. Madam Speaker, I must indicate that the question that needs or begs to be answered, and which question also is for determination today, is that between animals and human beings, which one is important and which one should take precedent when we're faced with this situation. Madam Speaker, let me leave it for the House to debate, even as I indicate that government, as the way forward, needs to establish a human-animal victims compensation fund. And we propose that the fund will be resourced or will receive money from contribution from the budget, from tour operators, from these organizations such as WWF and all the conservation organizations. But above all, let's include a tax from minerals to go to this fund. Finally, Madam Speaker, allow me just to thank you for this opportunity. Thank also colleagues from the Research Department for having assisted in order for us to move this motion, and I thank you. I beg to move. Thank you.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member from Pika.
Madam Speaker, I thank you most sincerely for according me this privilege to second the motion ably moved by the Member of Parliament for Fera, Honorable Emmanuel Tembo. Madam Speaker, human-animal conflict, the problem of human-animal conflict cannot be overemphasized. Just this afternoon, Madam Speaker, and yesterday we were discussing the issue of hunger. For example, in Inawayachuombo, which is in my constituents, and also my colleague from Kasenengo was also talking about the same. This hunger, Madam Speaker, has been caused by human-wild animal conflict, largely. And these people, Madam Speaker, are suffering from hunger right now. And this is a hidden cost on the part of government. We have people, Madam Speaker, who are supporting animal rights. We have conservationists. We have so many organizations which can, on the other hand, support animal rights. They also support human rights. In most cases, in these areas, national parks, our people are killed by wild animals. And the families that they leave behind, they have no one to take care of them. This is a hidden cost on government. The people who are the breadwinner have been robbed of this very important person by a wild animal. If those who support animal rights would also care to support human rights in those areas, they would put funds together and ensure that government could use this fund for compensating those whose loved ones have been killed by wild animals. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is the issue of absenteeism from school by school-going children, because perhaps they are guarding their crops in the field to prevent wild animals from grazing them. Sometimes because they cannot go, they are afraid of meeting perhaps a lion, elephant, or any other beast in those areas. Madam Speaker, if this fund could be established and compensations activated, it will be very helpful. And the Office of the Vice President will have less complaints in terms of relief food, because the fund will help a great deal and would have helped the government, on the other hand, to take care of such families who have lost opportunities due to wild animals. Madam Speaker, the other importance of this compensation, if it's established, is that even people living with these animals will appreciate the value, because they are being comforted whenever they are attacked by these animals. Currently, Madam Speaker, in most cases, our people do not appreciate the value of living with these animals, because in most cases, they are on the losing end. They are the ones who lose. And if they acted to defend themselves, scout officers will pounce on the whole village without taking into account that in most cases, our people are the ones at the receiving end when it comes to the human-animal conflict. In supporting this motion, Madam Speaker, I am of great hope that the Minister of Tourism and Natural Resources, who I know to be very hardworking, will actually agree with our submissions and the importance of establishing such a fund, which will go a long way in helping our people get compensated whenever perhaps they lose their loved ones, or when their crops are grazed by wild animals. Madam Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you. I've tried to balance the debate so that we hear all the voices represented from the independents, the PF and UPND. We'll start with the Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the previous parliament, I know you were a member of parliament then, I moved a similar motion, exactly the way it has been couched by the honorable member for failure. And I was advised that this can only be actualized if we relook at our Wildlife Act. How I wish the mover of the motion maybe had taken time to consult me. I know, because we come from the same political party, so on that basis, I know I'm not part of the platform WhatsApp group where all PF members of parliament are. Maybe that could be one of the reasons why, it could be one of the reasons why this motion came. I want to state, being a mover of the motion, I know he's a lawyer, a senior counsel. He understands how government functions. All operations and duties of government officials are defined and explained in the law. If government officials do not...
Honorable Member, there's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Bahati, what is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we don't debate ourselves here. Is the MP in order, the MP for Chama South, in order to debate other colleagues? Madam Speaker, I need your serious ruling. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Which standing order?
I rise on the point of order citing standing order number 65A. Relevance. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama South, craft your debate in such a way that you do not debate the mover, but the content of the motion, so that we avoid debating ourselves. Just debate the content moved by the mover and you focus in that way. You may continue.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I was just giving a background. Yes. Now I can go into substantive, and I was about to do that. Government officers, including members of parliament, our functions are prescribed. If we do not perform such actions, there are legal remedies through judicial review. I don't want to go into details of those, but we've heard terms like mandamus. Those are writs that are moved from the High Court if people don't perform, among others. That is the reason why I'm at pain to outrightly support the motion without first giving this background. Under what basis? I know my constituency is the most affected among all the constituencies in this country. And I would want my people to be compensated. Almost every week, we are losing lives there. But the question is, under what basis will the government be able to start compensating? I would have loved if this motion was urging the government to expedite the process of the amendment of the Wildlife Act so as to include compensation. This is how the motion, I know my colleagues were quick to try and interject by raising points of order. So you see the importance of consulting. This is the reason why some of us are senior MPs.
Order, Honorable Member. We are going to get the last point of order so that we make this debate flow. The Honorable Member for Mambirima, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Member for Chama South has been ably guided by you, Madam Speaker, to the extent that he is supposed to speak to the motion that has been ably moved by Honorable Member for Fair. He is in order to continue with such a manner of debate. I submit, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking to 65. Relevance again, Madam Speaker.
From what I heard being talked about by the Honorable Member for Chama South, at first he was trying to involve the mover of the motion in his debate. Then I came in to guide him to refrain from involving the mover. Then he brought in issues of why he's not supporting the motion. I think that's what I heard from him. However, like I guided, Honorable Member, as you are almost winding up your debate, just give us points why you are not supporting this motion. Like you've started. You may continue.
Thank you. What I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that the concept of compensation is an excellent one. It's something that those of us who are affected by human-animal conflict support. But the manner in which the motion has been couched to urge the government to compensate without first addressing the legal backing for the government to compensate is what will be problematic. So I would suggest further, therefore, that how I wish this motion had urged the government to expedite the process of either repealing or amending the Wildlife Act so as to include compensation. Then would have created the basis upon which the government can start compensating. Creation of the fund, yes, as it is suggested, must have a legal backing. You can't just create a fund, then you start doing compensation. Anyone can wake up to say, I need compensation. I'm 100% sure.
Honorable member, you are debating through me. Don't answer questions from your
Surprisingly, Honorable
Please
Speaker,
just
the same
continue.
people who are raising the point of order, they're the ones who are also debating, breaking the rules.
You
while
may
seated.
continue. Just focus on your debate.
So I want my brother, honorable colleague Fofera, to understand that I'm not against his motion. How I wish the motion should have first looked at the aspects of the legal backing. Compensation has to be done within the framework of Wildlife Act, which at the moment has no such provisions. So in my conclusion, I'll be requesting the Minister for Tourism to speed up the process of reviewing the Wildlife Act so that we include compensation for our people. Not only that, at times it might need total repealing. Madam Speaker, for those of us who are coming from GMAs, you can imagine the entire Chama is a game management area. We would want certain areas to be zoned for commercial and agricultural purposes. Not only that, the Act does not allow game ranching in GMAs. We would want all those things to be looked at so that our people can start getting involved in game ranching, because those areas have proved to be reliable areas for wild animals. So with these few remarks, I would like to say that I reluctantly support this motion in the manner it has been couched. Reluctantly, Madam Speaker. How I wish it included the aspects of amendment or repealing the Wildlife Act so that compensations can be done. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member from Fue.
Madam Speaker, I thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to add a voice on the motion on the floor. And I want to say that I fully support the motion coming from my constituents where we have very serious issues to do with human-animal conflict. And I don't want to respond to you. Okay. I want to state that as we speak, there are so many people in my constituency, I think sometime in 2022, who were injured in the process of issues to do with human conflict. And up to date, those people have been crying for help. Most of them still have pellets or what we can call bullets in their bodies. Most of them are unable to work. Most of them are sick up to now. And it is for this reason that I want to support this motion, that government should find a way of compensating such people. We have lost a lot of lives in my constituency in areas such as Chivali and Muele, where a lot of people have died. They come into contact with animals, they're killed by animals, and sometimes when there's an issue, the officers that are supposed to protect animals, they come in conflict with the people and lives are lost. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that a lot of points have been raised, and I want to say that I will fully support this motion, given that background that our people also deserve better. Our people deserve to be compensated, because just like the move of the motion said, most of these people that are actually killed by animals are breadwinners, and we have orphans that remain languishing without anything. And apart from that, Madam Speaker, these animals, most of the times, even right now, we have anger in some places where the animals ate their food, and there's nothing that people can do because there's no law that provides for compensation. So what the mover is simply saying is that government should speed up the process, or this law is long overdue, because our people have been crying for compensation in different areas. Madam Speaker, those are the few words that I wanted to add on to the motion. I thank you so much.
Thank you. That was good time management. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me thank my dear Honorable Brother, Honorable Tembo, for this motion. Madam Speaker, I just want to add a few words to this motion. We do understand, especially our colleagues who are coming from constituencies such as Chama North and Chama South, who have this issue of human-animal conflict from time to time. But, Madam Speaker, we need to have a legal backing for us, which will activate us to do something. If we are talking about compensation, where are we going to base our calculation to compensate people? Because we need to have something which will propel us, which is a law. The legal framework should support us. So the motion is good, but it's a timing of the motion. Let's start with a law, which is the Wildlife Act number 14 of 2020, because we need to operationalize the fund, which will help to, only not to compensate, Madam Speaker, but to look at consoling, because when you lose a life, we cannot compensate, but we can console the family. Then we look at property, and we look at crop. These can be compensated, but on what basis? Because you need to ascertain what you are about to compensate. Is it 1 hectare of a maize field? What was expected yield from that hectare? Then you come out with compensation. It works the same with insurance. You cannot just come and say, no, let's compensate them. On what basis? So these are some of issues which we need to interrogate ourselves as members, and then find steps on how we can ensure that eventually our people of Chama, our people of Mfuwe, our people of Lumezi, and our people of Nyimba can be compensated and restored. So, Madam Speaker, in short, there's a law, which is the Wildlife Act number 14. We need to amend it, and then now look at the fund. My other colleagues, such as Honorable Mungandu, has debated to say that in some game management areas, and also the gate taking, people are going there to hunt. We can get some funds from those organizations to ensure that we populate the fund, which we can in turn use now to compensate the people. Because that fund, Madam Speaker, cannot work like insurance, because there are no premiums. That fund needs to be populated, and then it should be now described where it's going to sit. Who will be the fund managers? Is it going to sit at the Ministry of Tourism? Under what section? What are the guidelines? So those should be stipulated in the Act, so that when the fund now is operationalized, then we're able to say, yes, let's look into statistics, how many people in Chama North, how many people in Chama South, and there is also an investment of technology, because those animals need to be monitored, where they are going, to what extent of damage, what are we looking at? Is it human life at stake? Are we looking at compensation of damaged property, or is it compensation of crops? So these are some of the dynamics we need to take into consideration, Madam Speaker, even before we proceed to issue statements to say we need compensation because we need a yardstick to use for us, which will enable us to come up with the quantum on which now we need to compensate our people. Madam Speaker, I thought of adding those few remarks to this motion, which, Madam Speaker, at the moment I do not support. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Katuba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me and the people of Katuba an opportunity to also comment and debate this motion moved by Honorable Member of Parliament for Feira. Madam Speaker, before I go into the details of the motion, I just wanted to highlight the important role this subsector of the tourism main sector plays. The wildlife and safari in the tourism sector plays a very critical role, Madam Speaker. Some of the medicines, some of the roads, and some of the infrastructure that this country puts up comes from part of the contribution of this sector. Zambia is known today globally as one of the best safari destinations when it comes to exclusive safari experience. The profile of the country is almost unmatched, such that the World Tourism Organization in 2017, around 2018, came and bestowed the status of Sustainable National Park to South Ruangwa National Park, commonly known as the Valley of the Leopards. Because of that, Madam Speaker, we must also realize that much as we look at this conflict, animal-human conflict, we must realize the important role that tourism plays. Pre-COVID, tourism in Zambia was contributing between 3 to 4% of GDP. That is a lot of resources that if we removed, we may not achieve some of our objectives. And this subsector, which is the safari subsector, contributed around 25% to the total growth of the economy. So you can see how critical the sector that we are talking about really plays to the economy. Coming to the issue, Madam Speaker, of causes of human-animal conflict, sometimes and most of the time it has been researched that it is much of encroachment, search for food, population growth, and more looking for arable land. And that is why we see many of the people going to settle in areas that are mainly for animals, game management areas, and sometimes even in national parks themselves. So because of that, we have seen as population continues to grow, we have seen this issue coming up now and then. Now, the issue of compensation has been tried before. If you do a research, more especially by Kenya and many other countries that depend so much on safari as tourism destination, it has been discovered that it is very difficult and very complex to sustain. What they have deployed in the tourism sector are what they are calling giving relief and consolations, as my brother from Bwanamkubwa had talked about in case of death. When it comes to death, you give consolation because you can't compensate life. Life, once it is lost, it's never compensatable. But you can also give relief for things like crops that are destroyed and many of those. And I think at a discretionary level before, the Ministry of Tourism has been doing that. Of course, it has to be put into law. And I think I agree with all the people that all we need to do now is to consolidate what we are already doing and putting it into the the Wildlife Act of number 14 of 2015, so that now we can consolidate. But giving relief and consolations is more sustainable because it is not going to act as if it is insurance that I have lost 5 hectares, therefore give me 5 hectares. You are trying just to give relief so that somebody does not suffer extreme poverty because of this interaction. So as we move forward, Madam Speaker, we want to see a situation where, yes, we appreciate the lives of the people, and we don't want our people to be killed and their crops or buildings to be destroyed. But also we need to realize the important role that the safari sector brings to the profiling of a country as a tourism destination. There is one speaker, Madam Speaker, one person who said, when minerals diminish, tourism sustains. And he urged most of the leaders that we must be looking at our tourism potential because it renews itself every day. And the more we grow the economy, where we grow the tourism sector, then we are assured of sustainable green development. And because of that, I personally feel that maybe this is not the time for us to be talking about compensation. Maybe it is the time for us to urge our minister to bring the Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015 for repeal or for review so that we can include elements of relief and consolation in the Tourism Act, so that then together we can move appreciating both sides of human and living as well as the role the safari sector plays in the tourism sector. Today, Madam Speaker, we get pride in talking about the most sustainable national park, the Valley of the Leopards, the most exclusive destination, the Lower Zambezi, and of course, the third largest national park in the world, which is Kafue National Park. We can't afford to undermine or not appreciate what this does in positioning ourselves in the global market and playing amongst the global players. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I am saying definitely I am not supporting the motion for now, but I'm urging the Minister of Tourism that the Act is brought as quickly as possible so that as we repeal and amend it, we can include issues of giving relief and consolations to the affected. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity on behalf of Chama North to say a few words on this particular motion. First and foremost, coming from a constituency which is prone to many animal conflict, I feel that this motion is very, very timely, and I want to take this opportunity to thank my friend of mine, Honorable Tembo, for moving this progressive motion, and also the second, Honorable Kapianga. Madam Speaker, this particular motion is not a contentious motion. It's not a controversial motion. I think listening from all the debaters who have spoken before me, I think we are all speaking one language. From the debates, it clearly shows that we are not against the idea of compensating victims of man-animal conflict. And I think the starting point, of course, should be the amendment of the Wildlife Act to provide for compensation and also consolation. I'm alive to the fact that I think the Minister of Tourism is supposed to present a bill to this August House, and I think such a motion is going to put more impetus to the Minister to, as quickly as possible, bring this particular bill so that we can debate it, because our people, Madam Speaker, are going through a lot of challenges. It is a fact that since ivory trade was banned in 1989, we have seen an increase in elephant population. And the animals which are destructive are elephants, which are killing our people, which are destroying people's crops. Every time, a week does not pass without receiving a phone call that Honorable here, elephants are on rampage. Our people are running away from poaching, and I want to commend the organization like Komako, who are doing a great job by ensuring that people run away from poaching and engage in sustainable agriculture. But our people are being derailed because once, as they engage in sustainable agriculture, elephants are destroying people's crops. So it is indeed a huge challenge, and I think it is important that the compensation will provide a form of relief because our people are not benefiting from the God-given wildlife resources. The people are benefiting as the safari hunters. The people are benefiting, making a killing. They don't provide enough corporate social responsibility in our areas. I believe that instead of just looking at compensation, I think the bill should also encompass a situation whereby the Department of Wildlife should be proactive and combat man-animal conflict, so that the government does not spend a lot of money in compensating victims of man-animal conflict. Just to support Honorable Mwandu Chama South, Chama was described, gazetted as a game management area by the Wildlife Act of 1947. But up to this time, the whole district is classified as a game management area, because that time Chama was not a district, it was part of Rundaz. But in 1973, 74, somewhere there, Chama was classified as a district, got a district status. So it is important that the Wildlife Act should undergo radical changes so that it's in line with what is obtaining on the ground. So indeed, I think it is important that the minister should quickly come to this August House. And I think from all the success from UNIP and all successive government, I think they have taken a laissez-faire approach to addressing issues of man-animal conflict. And it is my hope that the new Dawn government will not also fall in the same trap, UNIP, MMD, and PFL, where they did not take proactive measures. It's like we have considered animals to be more precious than human life. So it is putting members of parliament, DMMU, the honorable vice president there, under a very difficult situation. Every now and then crops are being destroyed. So in conclusion, I feel that we are all speaking with we are speaking one language. I hope that as the minister comes to respond, is going to give us a time frame, a roadmap on when this particular bill is going to be brought to this parliament, so that at least our people would be able to drive maximum economic benefits from their wildlife resources. With these few words, I say I support this progressive motion. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Luena.
The people of Luena, Madam Speaker, are grateful for the opportunity to debate this motion. For the records, the motion says, urge the government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict. Madam Speaker, this is such a wide-ranging proposal. And that's the first reason why this motion cannot be supported. It's simply impractical. Let's understand that human-animal conflict would be in so many forms. Victims of snake bites, some of who die, are part of what is being covered here, and therefore they should be compensated. Fishermen whose fishing nets would be damaged by crocodiles in the rivers would be as a result of what is being described here, and therefore they would have to be compensated. Bees, Madam Speaker, that come into contact with human beings and prevent them from going into the forest to hunt for fruits would be covered under this animal-human conflict. birds, which I don't know what they are called in English, but in Los we call them butaha. They feast on sorghum fields. And you have to spend the whole day to chase them away from the fields, would be part of what should be compensated under human-animal conflict. Where will the compensation start and end, Madam Speaker? It will be everybody. Therefore, the motion is defective in its construction. And probably I would agree with my honorable colleague for Chamas South, who was saying he should have been consulted. Maybe they would have constructed it a little bit more precisely so that we can actually give the serious attention that victims of animal-human conflict do suffer. It's not only elephants. It's not only hippos, which seems to be the focus of the mover of the motion. He's just looking at people whose fields get damaged because elephants would have either walked through, and the elephants would have gone through the village and damaged property, which is a very serious matter that indeed I'm sure is of concern to this government. But compensation cannot come under this motion that is being proposed by my honorable colleague, Madam Speaker. The competition for water resources, for example, brings humans and animals into conflict. What would be the basis for compensation? I'm happy to note that the mover of the motion himself said the Zambia Wildlife Act doesn't cover the option of compensation. The Disaster Management Act equally doesn't cover the option of compensating people who suffer under human-animal conflict. He probably should have also gone further to mention the Compensation Fund Act number 43 of 2016, which is actually the act that deals with all issues to do with compensation. And victims of human-animal conflict, again, would not be covered because that act under Section 13 is very precise as to who and under what circumstances would an individual be entitled to compensation from the compensation fund. Madam Speaker, given the impractical nature of what is being proposed, and we have already said it therefore cannot be supported in its current construct, let me just answer the question that the mover of the motion posed as he was concluding. He was throwing a gauntlet to the House and saying, which of the two is more important than the other? Human life or animal life? And the answer was given a long time ago, Madam Speaker, when the earth was destroyed via a flood. 2 by 2, the animals were also allowed to enter the ark. And the human beings were also saved alongside the animals. So we should coexist. And in that coexistence, Madam Speaker, we should simply find a balance that enables us to drive the economic benefits that my honorable colleague for Katuva mentioned through the development of the tourism sector, but at the same time, ensuring that humans are also safeguarded from the dangers that we face or that they would face when they come into contact with wild animals. Hyenas, lions, leopards are all part of the animals that we come in contact with. And surely we can talk about compensation on the basis of this motion that is being proposed here, which was so narrow in terms of its presentation of the arguments, but so wide in terms of its heading that everybody who has suffered anything as a result of interacting with wild animals should be compensated. Madam Speaker, let me just conclude by saying that for those reasons, we the people of Luena, seriously as we take the issues of people that suffer damage to their livelihoods as a result of marauding wildlife, we do not support this motion in its current form. With these few words, we would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my neighboring district, Katete, there is a saying which says, "Chawana mzako chapita mawa chilipaiwe." Simply meaning what you have seen, what has a tragedy which has happened to your colleagues today, tomorrow it may happen to you. Madam Speaker, if you look at the statistics today, Luangwa River is the most populous. It's the most populous in terms of animals. We have got so many crocodiles than any other rivers in this country. Madam Speaker, when I hear my colleagues from both sides trying to debate for and against, I pray that as parliamentarians we need to find a common grounds to coexist in cases like this. Madam Speaker, I appreciate, and I'm one of the people who are in forefront saving the wildlife of this country. Madam Speaker, some of us have even abandoned our villages to see to it that the numbers of animals go up, and we've moved away from our original villages where we are born. 30 kilometers from where we were born, we abandoned the village and we have moved out of the game management. Madam Speaker, there is no law in this country which says a game land should be established in a game reserve management. But we have given out ranches. In my district, there are so many ranches. And those are not supported by any law. By this government, it's perpetual succession. This government has given out those ranches. Which law did you use? You can't tell me the law which was used. But the ranches are there. Madam Speaker, if you look at where we come from, if you go to areas like Nyarugwe area, Lwembe area, Madam Speaker, people are walking like if they were in a war-torn area where they stepped on a landmine. Some have got no legs, some have got no hands. Just in December, Madam Speaker, two girls were attacked by a crocodile. It took a braveness of one elder, the young sister, to save the older sister. So these are the things we are talking about. Yes, we understand we need to repeal the law, which is good. But obviously the minister will agree with me that this parliament, especially even me, have been waiting for this law to come to this house so that we repeal it. We see how we can compensate. Surely, Madam Speaker, a bird is not an animal. A bird is a bird. So when you say wild animals, a bird is not graded as one of the animals. So what we are talking about is those areas which are affected by hippos, crocodiles, and areas where people have been attacked, legs cut off by crocodiles. These are the people we should be looking at, Madam Speaker. And if we are going to do politicking in issues like this, I don't think we are moving as a country. My plea to the government, to the executive, is that let's look at it, let's come up with a law to compensate those who are attacked by the survivors. I know we cannot compensate life, it's impossible. We can console them. That I know, Minister, you're a very capable man, and you understand, you come from Livingstone and you know what happens in Livingstone. I shouldn't even tell you, this is a known thing, how many people have been killed by those jumbos in Livingstone. And you understand how many people have been attacked in this country by those jumbos. And the people, Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that the people who look after these animals, they are not even given an incentive by this constitution, by our Wildlife Act, even to give them a discount to buy the animals the same people they keep. It's not there. The minister is there, and he knows this. These are the things we should be looking at. Madam Speaker, we have people who their fields are destroyed every day. People who lose their lives every day. And sure, as a responsible government could say, this can't, we should say, this can, but we need to follow the process. All I'm asking, Madam Speaker, can we quicken up the process so that those people affected are taken care of? Madam Speaker, which law was used to compensate people in Chingola? They are not more than, we are all equals in this country. There's no area where people are more superior than others. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is, let's respect everyone. Let's compensate as we can compensate other people. Those people today, Minister, I challenge you to go between Ruangwa River and where we began, where we share boundaries with Mfue National Park. See how many people are walking like they are coming from modern countries. And sure, as responsible as we are, we say, no, that is fine. They can be. Madam Speaker, I'm one of the people who appreciate what tourism brings to this country. And we need to support this. We need to see to it that animals are not poached. But even as we are doing this, what is science doing to us? What is it? Are they helping us? Anything? We can't crop, Madam Speaker, we can't crop elephants today. They are saying it's endangered species. Yes, it is. But they have overgrown. My Prime Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, is that let's try to quicken up the amendment or the repeal of the law, both the 2015 and the 2020 Wildlife Act, so that we can accommodate our colleagues. We can accommodate all of, we can be victims as we are here. Some of you were hunting last year, and suppose you were attacked. You would have told us, no, it's okay, it can be. You would have been the first people going to court that I bought a license and I need compensation. And we know some of you, your minds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Looking at time and the issues, they seem to be repeated. I'll take the last member. Then the Honorable Minister of Tourism will come in to respond. And finally, the Honorable Member for Fera will wind up debate. The Honorable Member for Matero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the interest of time, I pass. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to just pass my thanks to the honorable members of Parliament who debated on this very, very important topic. We'll start with the mover of the motion, Honorable Emmanuel Tembo Fera, the seconder, Francis Kapianga of Mpika, of course, Davidson Mungandu from Chama South, who did elaborate this particular issue very, very well, and also to ensuring that indeed the process of enacting or amending the Wildlife Act will be done very, very soon. I also like to recognize submissions from Maureen Mabonga of Mfue, who is very, very aggrieved that some of the members in the constituency has still not been compensated after an incident that happened in 2002. Honorable Warren Mambazi of Bwana Mkubwa, thank you very much for that, indeed giving us more light with regards to the regulatory framework that needs to be devised with regards to this process. And our very own Honorable Mwabashike Nkulukusa of Katuba, who did bring to light the value, I'll say it again, Madam Speaker, the value of safari with regards to growing our GDP. And also Honorable Mutai Chalo, who did make mention that the community are not benefiting, and I totally disagree with that aspect. Any community in any GMA or a protected area that we manage do benefit from the natural resources that they have. And obviously, our very own Honorable Anna Koka of Luena, who, in my honest opinion, actually coined it very well. The motion itself, Madam Speaker, came very defective in its couching. And last but not least, Honorable Zulu of Nyimba, who again, I must make mention that as government, the new dawn, we have not allocated any parcels of land to anyone to start game ranches in the magnitude that he's talking about. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you for granting me this opportunity to contribute to the debate of the private member's motion, and which I quote, compensate victims of human-animal conflict, moved by Mr. Emmanuel Tembo, Member of Parliament for Fera Parliamentary Constituency, that this House urges government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide. Let me also thank members who have debated on this motion from both sides, and also the House, and the mover, as well as you, the seconder. Madam Speaker, you will recall that I have on several occasions presented a comprehensive ministerial statement on the floor of this House regarding human-wildlife conflict as a growing problem countrywide. Its current status and the measures government is implementing to bring the problem under control. Madam Speaker, government is well aware of the increased human-wildlife conflict that have negative impact on wildlife conservation, community livelihoods, and subsequent well-being. Human-wildlife conflict are undermining community support for wildlife conservation and contributing to the increased wildlife mortalities through problem animal control measures and retaliation from the communities. Madam Speaker, we have not just sat down as government, but we have been in collaboration with conservation partners, been implementing measures to mitigate the problem of human-wildlife conflict over the years. Madam Speaker, the Zambia Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015 does not have a provision to support compensation of victims of human-wildlife conflicts. I'll repeat that. The Zambia Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015 does not have a provision to support compensation of victims of human-wildlife conflict. As such, the implementation of this motion to compensate all victims may be problematic, as government has currently no legal framework to support this initiative. Further, compensation schemes to victims of human-wildlife conflict have been tried in some countries before through a budgetary allocation and the use of some form of insurance schemes. However, this has proved to be unsustainable due to the abuse and challenges in providing the authenticity of the occurrences in such human-wildlife conflict. You heard it from Honorable Nakoka. Any particular animal designated as wild, individuals would require that government does compensate. And we don't have that particular wallet to be able to compensate. Madam Speaker, in light of the aforementioned challenges, I am glad to indicate that the government is reviewing the Zambia Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015. In the Wildlife Act bill that will be brought to this August House very soon, Madam Speaker, there is a proposal to provide for relief for livestock and crop damage, as well as consolation for loss of human life or injury. I think, Madam Speaker, I have been on this floor countless number of times indicating that you cannot compensate a lost life. You can only console it. With regards to relief, like we mentioned, if we ascertain the severity of the problem, then we are able to give relief. And that is the spirit in which we want to come back to this House in due course. This option, Madam Speaker, is more sustainable and relatively easier to implement effectively as compared to compensation. Madam Speaker, as I conclude my debate, I wish to indicate that government is not in support of the private member's motion that this House urges government to compensate all victims of human-wildlife conflict countrywide, as it is not sustainable for the reasons I have already highlighted earlier. However, let me also reiterate that human-wildlife conflict remains one of the biggest and complex challenges that government is facing at the moment. Government, through the Ministry of Tourism, will continue doing everything humanly possible to respond and mitigate this unavoidable problem so as to ensure that this is reduced to a minimal level to an extent where people and wildlife can coexist, just like it was done in the Act. Is it in the Act? 2 by 2. We need to ensure that we coexist, and making sure that we grow our tourism sector to the level that we want to see. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Feira, wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And quickly, I also wish to just thank the Minister's response. Of course, several members of Parliament that debated this motion for and against, and I would not be able to go into the details. I also do not wish to forget the seconder who ably seconded this motion, and he brought up one important issue. And as you know, most of us do support education. He did say that part of the problem is children failing to go to school for one reason, that they may be in the field, protecting the field, or indeed fear. And these are realities. Madam Speaker, I need to appeal to my colleagues that this House is here to make laws. And I also appeal to you to open your ears and listen carefully. Madam Speaker, Mr. Mungan, who just came in, particularly just to speak, he didn't even listen and walked out. He's not even here. He said that...
Order, Honorable Member, please, let's not be harsh. I think the ears are always open. So there's no need to emphasize on that. Indeed. Just put your point across. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, this issue is very important, and is so disheartening, an elected member trivializing it. Indeed, Madam Speaker, let me just say that at the conclusion of my presentation, I did call for a legal and policy framework to ensure that...
The Honorable Member for Matero, I had ruled that there are no more points of order, so we shall continue in that manner. I think I've guided the Honorable Member not to be harsh, but to be sober enough not to use unparliamentary words. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also just wish to say that this motion was circulated last week. If any of our colleagues had some concerns, we would have amended it. But I can see that nothing came through. But, Madam Speaker, just allow me to quickly comment on some important issues that came from both sides. Like I said, at my conclusion, I did call for policy and legal framework to be looked into to ensure that a human-animal conflict victim fund is established. And to that effect, this is what we are saying. And I agree with the member, MP for Chamanov, that strictly speaking, we are saying the same language. And I see no need to antagonize or indeed to go the other way. Madam Speaker, I must clarify that the compensation fund referred to by Honorable MP for Luena, Mr. Anakoka, of 2016, that is a fund under the Attorney General, which is fund usually when you win a case against the state. That's where you are compensated from. And this, what we are talking about, is completely different. And I thought that that should actually, I agree that human life cannot be compensated but consoled. And in this case, listening properly to the presentation, we are looking at loss suffered in terms of limbs, and as indicated by Honourable Member of Nyimba. One of the biggest problems we find, like in my case, we have children going to school, one leg, no arm. This is very prevalent. So we are looking at compensation in that sector and also loss of food. Other than that, I also wish to indicate that we are not here to talk about or to talk against tourism, no. We are looking at the side of human protection of human beings, even as we keep these animals. Of course, this question is fundamental to look at whether or not, it just has to be addressed. What is important, human life or animal life? I think this is very important. And clearly, people are short of coming out to say that, human life is more important. And I know that we are here debating because of humans and no animal ever votes. Finally, Madam Speaker, I also agree that there has to be coexistence between animals and human beings. But more so, if the minister is willing to bring any bill, either through the Zambia Wildlife Act or any other bill, like we said, also
or indeed a new bill can come through to establish a compensation fund, then that is welcome. As for now, we are talking about these issues. And finally, let me just address the issue of couching the
You can
the
prepare to
motion.
wind up.
Indeed, madam, even as I wind up, the motion is talking about the feelings of the people out there. And when we couch it in that way, look at the body and the detail that has been given. In particular, the conclusion that we are asking for a legal framework. So let's not be too quick and leave out the most important salient details that have been given, and that is very important. Madam Speaker, I wish to say that I thank you and thank your office for the support, and indeed, I appeal to each one of us who knows how deep this problem is to support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that the House urges the government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide. As many as are of that opinion say aye. All the contrary say no. The noes have it. The question is negative. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Just adjourned until tomorrow at 14:30 hours. We go straight into looking at business that has been considered on the floor of the House from the time it resumed at 14:30 hours.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker did make an announcement. She informed the House that the Ministry of Science and Technology, in collaboration with Smart Zambia Institute, has offered to donate to the National Assembly of Zambia 156 Starlink kits, which will be installed at the constituency offices. The donation is timely and will go a long way in strengthening the ICT infrastructure and connectivity and provide free internet to members of the public who visit the constituency office. So members of parliament are therefore invited to the handover ceremony of the Starlink kits on Thursday, 29th February 2024, which is tomorrow at 11 hours in the amphitheater, and attendance is on a voluntary basis.
After that announcement, there was a ministerial statement on the sentencing of children in conflict with the law. This was delivered by Her Honor the Vice President on behalf of the Minister of Justice. Her Honor the Vice President reiterated the government's unwavering commitment to the principles of justice espoused in the legislation and in international instruments to which Zambia is a party, such as the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. In actualizing government's commitment, the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022 was enacted in order to ensure the protection of children, enhance access to justice, and to domesticate important international instruments.
And so the acting Minister of Justice, that's the Vice President, did say that the Children's Code Act 2022 does not prohibit sentencing a child to a custodial term. It only explicitly prohibits sentencing a child to life imprisonment under Section 23(2). The Children's Code Act 2022 provides under Section 79(1) the methods of dealing with children in conflict with the law. It provides as follows. Just mention some of These modes includes a juvenile court or children's court may deal with a child in one or more of the following ways. So that's dismiss the case against the child or discharge the child, make a probation order in respect of the child, send the child to a child approved center or child reformatory center.
The Vice President stated that the only recourse to that child's reformation is to deny the child of his or her liberty, which is imperative that courts consider the following principles when making such order. The first one being proportionality and the individualization of sentence, rehabilitation and the reintegration, limited duration, human rights and dignity.
And so the Children's Code Act 2022 is a well-intended piece of legislation, and as people get more and more acquainted with it, the positive ripple effects will begin to be seen through the protection of children and enhanced access to justice, while at the same time ensuring that the interests of society and the nation at large are equally protected. So that's just a brief of the ministerial statement that was delivered by Her Honor the Vice President on behalf of the Justice Minister.
After that, the House went on to consider 5 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And so we'll just look at some of the questions that have been considered. Question number 246 came from Mitete, Member of Parliament, Mr. Mishek Mutelo. He directed his question to the Minister of Health. He wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to start using drones to transfer medicines that are difficult to reach by road in Mitete district and other parts of the country. And so the minister did respond that government has plans. In part B, the member of Mitete wanted to find out if so when the plans will be implemented, and the Minister of Health did respond that the drone deployment in pilot sites is expected to commence in April 2024.
Chitambo lawmaker Mr. Mtale did ask the Minister of Education what the total number of teachers in Chitambo district was as of January 2024, and in response the Minister of Education did say that it had a total of 511 teachers. In the other part of the question, Mr. Mtale wanted to find out what the deficit was, and the Minister did say that the deficit was 733 teachers. The last part of the question, Mr. Mtale wanted to find out when the government will recruit additional teachers for the district to reduce the deficit, and the minister did say that government will continue to recruit teachers.
In Mpongwe parliamentary constituency. In part B, the member wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct additional deep tanks, and the acting minister did say that government has no immediate plans to construct additional deep tanks in the constituency.
Mr. Simumba of Nakonde did ask the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry whether the government is aware that the milli meal prices in Nakonde district have risen to about 400 kwacha per 25 kg bag, and in response the acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, that's the Minister of Finance, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, did say that government is aware of the fluctuating price of milli meal in Nakonde, and the Nakonde lawmaker wanted to find out what measures are being taken to ensure that the Zambia National Service milli meal, which sells at 230 kwacha per 25 kg bag, is availed to all parts of the country that do not have prescribed ZNS outlays. And in response, the minister did outline quite a number of measures, and among them is wider distribution of milli meal by the Zambia National Correctional Service and ZNS. So that's just a brief of some of the questions that were considered on the floor of the House under Standing Order number 74. That's a total of 5 of them.
After consideration of those questions, Federal Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Tembo, moved a private member's motion titled Compensate Victims of Human-Animal Conflict, that this House urges the government to compensate all victims of human-animal conflict countrywide, a motion that was seconded by Mpika Member of Parliament, Mr. Francis Kapyanga. And so we saw a number of members of Parliament debating this motion. When a question was put, this motion was negatived.
All right, so that's it. That's all the time we had for you today, Wednesday, 28th February 2024. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow at 14:30 for more live parliamentary proceedings. From all of us, it's bye-bye and have a lovely evening.